Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The state's revenues and forecasts report was given to legislators on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says the report shows the state's investments not only outpaced but dominated projections by hundreds of millions of dollars, even beating the state's bread and butter moneymaker, energy.
The $1.86 billion in investment earnings is an extraordinary watermark, the analyst told me on Thursday. And even though it's like all this unexpected, unforecast revenue from investments that Wyoming now has, because of the way our laws dictate those streams, a lot of it is flowing into these secondary reserve accounts, at least one of which is supposed to grow to several times the size of the actual investment account to be a cushion for leaner years. So just because we have this $1.86 billion flush doesn't mean we get to spend $1.86 billion right now.
The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, or CREG, co-chair Don Richards told the committee that this was the first year ever that investments earnings on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund exceeded sales and use taxes deposited into the general fund. Fireworks were blasted off after every touchdown the Hot Springs High School football team scored in last week's regular season finale. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the problem with the touchdown celebrations was that no one told local military veterans who were at the game, and for some it triggered PTSD symptoms.
Nobody's saying that the Bobcats can't celebrate their touchdown and their victories, especially when they're making a playoff run. The concerns that were raised from local veterans is the fact that, one, they weren't able to anticipate these mortar rounds and fireworks because they weren't informed. And speaking to the commander of the VFW post down in Thermop, he said that when the mortar rounds went off, it wasn't just the noise, it was the fact that doors and windows were shaking, and it was not unlike being in a combat zone. And he's been deployed to Afghanistan and Syria, so he's had those experiences.
The celebratory fireworks were fired off after each touchdown the Bobcats scored. The Bobcats beat Pinedale 21-12 in the season-ending game. The plan is to do it again Friday night in the first round of the playoffs against Burns in Thermopolis. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Senator John Barrasso on Thursday said SNAP benefits cannot legally continue because of the government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry in D.C. reports that New York Senator Chuck Schumer sternly disagreed. So is there an end in sight for the government shutdown?
We're further away now because SNAP is on the table. I think that Republicans ambushed the Democrats by threatening SNAP, but the Democrats still have not blinked on that. They've basically, in the case of the states, they've sued. And on the floor of the United States Senate, they have said, no, it is perfectly legal for Trump to continue food stamp payments during a shutdown.
Currently, this is considered the longest full government shutdown in U.S. history, but it hasn't reached the 35-day stoppage that happened in 2018 and 19. The U.S. Senate cleared the way Wednesday for wildlife agents to kill nearly 500,000 barred owls to save spotted owls in the Pacific Northwest. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that this particular species is also moving in another owl's territory right here in Wyoming.
Barred owls are moving in, actually a species from the eastern U.S. Most of Wyoming really isn't great habitat for either of these owl species because they tend to nest in really deep old growth forest. However, in the Grand Teton area, we have some habitat that meets that description. It's been occupied for a while by, I guess you could call a native species, a great gray owl. But in the past couple of years, they've seen barred owls showing up there. And so there is some concern that the barred owls might start competing with the great gray owls.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's barred owl management strategy comes with a roughly $1 billion price tag and would involve wildlife agents shooting barred owls, but not in the Cowboy State. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily on a Friday. Happy Halloween, October 31. Hey, big congratulations in order, I think, for State Treasurer Kurt Meyer. We've already reached out to try to get him on the show next week, but Wyoming's investment earnings were robust. I mean, this guy, Kurt Meyer, you want this guy like handling your asset portfolio, your investments. My goodness, on behalf of the state, we're talking a record high investment earnings of $1.86 billion. That dominated the fiscal year 2025. Holy cow. Wyoming is making money off its money more than its coal or oil or gas or anything. That's good news. Way to go, Treasurer Meyer. We're going to talk to one Cheyenne LA Dodgers super fan. Well, you've got to be a Dodgers super fan when your last name is Chavez, right? Glenn Chavez lives in Cheyenne. He's always loved the Dodgers. Chavez Ravine is where the Dodgers play baseball. So, of course, Glenn Chavez is a Dodger fan, right? Chavez Ravine is the canyon, the shallow canyon in Los Angeles where the Dodgers play. Zach Sontag has a story about the Cheyenne man who just on a whim, you never know when he might just book a flight and go see his Dodgers. We'll meet him, and he's probably not too happy right now. His Dodgers are down 3-2 in that series. Going back to Toronto. I wonder if he's going to go to Canada to watch the Blue Jays wrap that up. Oh, he would be... I don't know if he's ready for that. Fireworks in Thermopolis trigger PTSD in some veterans up there. It was during the high school football game. The problem is communication. Nobody told the veterans that they'd be firing off these mortar rounds. I think they're a little more than fireworks. They're like big. We have the video, and they're pretty loud. And veterans were not ready for them in Thermopolis, primarily because the Boilers haven't won a game in a long time. No, they're not the Boiler. The Bearcats have not. It's been a while since the Bearcats have had a team like this. The Bobcats, sorry. Thermopolis doing really good, top seed. They're hosting Burns tonight to open the playoffs. But the Bobcats beat Pinedale last regular season game going back October 24th, last Friday, 21-12. So that's 3 times the fireworks went off. 3 times, every touchdown. Boom, the mortar goes off. And there were some in Thermopolis growing up Bobcat fans that they never, it's been a long time since they've seen a touchdown or a firework or a mortar. I think they got things all sorted out now, but yeah, I can see why that would be disturbing if you don't know it's coming. 4th of July, you're ready. Thermopolis touchdown, that's more of a rare occurrence, or it has been until this year. Thermop's playing good football, so watch out. The plan to massacre 500,000 owls is back on track. It was on again, off again, on again. That's Joe Biden's idea, by the way. Joe Biden said we got to wipe out 500,000 barred owls. Let's kill them. Shoot them. Spend $1 billion to do it. This doesn't sound like a Democrat thing, but under Biden, the idea was to hire shooters from the government at the tune of $1 billion price tag, and they would shoot over the next, how many years is this going to take? It's going to take a little while, a few years, and they would shoot upwards of 500,000 barred owls in the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon, California. The barred owl is bad owl, I guess. It's too aggressive. Over the next 30 years, I guess, they're going to destroy barred owls. That's a long time. This sounds like everything that could go wrong will go wrong kind of government notion. Yeah, I don't know about this. We'll talk more about it. But yeah, $1 billion, and we're going to kill 500,000 barred owls. What could possibly go wrong? Both sides, Republicans, Democrats, blaming the other side for the expiring SNAP benefits beginning tomorrow. It'll affect about 42 million low-income Americans that are on the program, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, SNAP. About 28,000 in Wyoming. And Barrasso said it's because the Democrats won't vote in the Senate to pass the CR. And Schumer and the Democrats say President Trump could fund SNAP tomorrow if he wanted. He chooses not to. Barrasso says he can. It's illegal. If there's a government shutdown, you can't fund SNAP, says Barrasso. Who's right? Now, we can't even decide that, much less vote on a continuing resolution to keep the government moving. Forget that. We can't even agree on whether funding SNAP is okay, not okay, legal, illegal. Oh, boy. Jackie Dorothy, we had her on yesterday. She talked about the ghost train in Cinnabar. Don't look for Cinnabar anymore. It's a ghost town. Yet every year, the train, don't look for the train anymore. That Cinnabar depot is long gone. But that train pulls in like clockwork every year this time. So weird. This Sunday or Saturday night, depending on how you roll. I call it Saturday night. Sunday, 2 a.m., clock's going back. We're going back to regular time, back to standard time coming off of daylight savings time this Sunday morning, 2 a.m. And every time it happens, twice a year, the same discussion. Are we tired of doing this? Moving the clocks back and forth. What does it do to our circadian rhythm? Is that what it's called? Do we have the rhythm of locusts? I don't want to say circadian. What one's a bunch of locusts and the other is your 24-hour cycle. Yeah, it is a circadian rhythm. Yeah. What is that? Does that throw you off? Are you one of those people that really gets thrown off and it takes days for you to recover when we move forward an hour, back an hour? Back an hour, you would assume that that's better for you. Who doesn't want an extra hour of sleep? I mean, we go through 6 months a year saying, man, I wish I had one more hour in the day. Now you do. Saturday night into Sunday. There's your hour, bonus hour. Some of us won't even notice. We'll be sleeping. You won't even, I don't feel it. But I'm also not one to get real jet laggy. I think the same people that get jet lag, if you fly coast to coast, New York, California, vice versa, and the time change, some people are terribly affected by the loss of 3 hours or gaining 3. Terribly. And some, like me, not so much. And I don't even notice when the clock goes forward or back. I have no, other than to see that, what devices I'm rocking didn't do the time change. My phone does it automatically, obviously, computers, so you don't even know. You're like, oh, the time change? I had no idea. I was asleep. No clue. Except the stove, the microwave, your truck clock, that needs to be manually moved probably. It's the only reason you'll know. You're like, oh, we lost an hour. We gained an hour. Yeah, so you gain an hour. Who doesn't want that? It's the losing hour. So, this time when we fall back, this weekend, the discussion happens, but not as in earnest as it happens in spring. We really have the conversation like, we got to stop this because we lose the hour. We get all indignant. Like, we don't want to lose that hour. But yeah, I'm getting tired of it. We almost voted it away in 2022. I think it hung up in the House. I think it passed the Senate to do away with the time change and pick one, daylight savings time or standard time. I think most want to stay on the standard time, but just pick one and stick with it. Is every poll ever taken shows the majority of people want to just get a time and stay with it. The majority of people want to live in Arizona where they don't do this nonsense, or Hawaii. Both those states don't change their clocks. Thieves or vandals or somebody been messing with Chris Navarro's sculptures in downtown Cheyenne. We're going to look at what they did. We're starting to adopt out those hoarded animals. Remember when we busted that alleged dude that was hoarding over 100 animals? Some of the dogs are starting to be adopted out. That's good news. And the Casper burglar who broke into the wrong home. He broke into a cop's house. Oops. He's going to stay in prison. He tried to appeal on some technicality. And we'll look at that story later this morning. I deleted my normal weather music and I replaced it with Halloween music. We got a bunch of scary music this morning. So we'll do this jazzy number for weather. The day weather forecast across the state, as nice as it can be for Halloween, I'll tell you that. Casper gradually clearing, skies highs 48. Riverton, skies clearing for you as well, 51 the high. Evanston, mostly sunny, 54. Green River, 57 was sunshine. Man, Pinedale, you'll be 50. Clearing skies, a little breezy. Alpine, 52 with skies clearing up. DuBois, we'll push some clouds out of the way with a little bit of breeze. We'll try to get you sunny this afternoon. Highs 48. Jackson, 51. Sunshine. Thermopolis, gradually clearing. 49 the high. Cody, 49 as well. Mostly sunny in Buffalo. A little coolish. 44 the high. Sheridan, 48. Sunny after a foggy start to the day. Gillette, mostly sunny, 41. Newcastle, sunny, 41. Torrington, mostly sunny, 50 today. Wheatland, 46 under sunshine. In Cheyenne, mostly sunny with highs in the upper 40s. 44 in Laramie with sunny skies by the afternoon. Rawlins, you'll see the sun by the time you get to afternoon with a high of 46. So the hot spot across the state today looks to be Green River with the 57. Lyman as well. 57, mostly sunny. Wow. I know Sunday in Lander, I know it's going to be 68 because I have a tee time booked. I'm going to be golfing on November 2nd. Oh, man. You can't do that very often. That's the final day that golf course is open, by the way. It's probably the last day any golf course is open in the state of Wyoming. I'm guessing is Lander Sunday, November 2nd. And that's an extended season. You know, you're getting pretty bonus weather when you're still golfing November 2 after Halloween. Wow. Hey, special guest this morning, Governor Mike Sullivan, former Governor Mike Sullivan. 2 terms. He's going to talk about Kathy Carpin, the former Wyoming Secretary of State, died at the age of 83 last week. And Mike Sullivan was pretty close with her politically. I don't know how much personal friendship, but she was Secretary of State during Sullivan's terms as governor. And they also co-chaired a committee, a campaign committee to help get Bill Clinton elected. And I don't know if Clinton ended up taking Wyoming, but he was pretty close. I mean, these were crazy wild times back when Wyoming could be somewhat Democrat, could be a little bit blue. I mean, these days, dark red, deep red. But back in the day with Carpin and Sullivan co-chairing the campaign committee for President Bill Clinton's run in Wyoming, and Clinton polled really well. The last poll before the vote, I don't think he ended up taking Wyoming, but he sure came close. We'll ask Governor Sullivan if he remembers. But yeah, we're remembering Kathy Carpin, Secretary of State, and just I think Sullivan put it best, a true daughter of Wyoming. I think that's perfect. Perfect characterization of who Kathy Carpin was. We'll take a quick break here. I'll come back and we'll start digging into the stories of the day. What do you say? Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily on a Halloween show, Friday. I love when Halloween falls on Friday the 13th and Friday the 31st. Unless you have dyslexia. Scary times. Nothing scarier than the life of a barred owl. The barred owl has been barred in Wyoming. This story resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers on Facebook. 100 impressions, 38 comments, 17 shares. Since when did the barred owl become public enemy number one? Well, since the Biden administration, when they proposed to spend $1 billion over the next 3 decades to shoot the barred owl right out of the trees until we can't find nary a barred owl. They're the bad guys, the bad owls we don't want. They come from back east. Yeah, we don't want anything from back east. If we solved all our issues with things we didn't want from back east by taking up arms, what a world it would be. We don't want the barred owl. Barred owl's, I guess, bad. Bad owl. And it's one of those aggressive species that just takes over. And so what owl do we want? Mark Hines has the story, and he's got a picture of one owl on one side and the owl we want on the other. Oh, spotted owls. Okay. I'll share that. Oh, that's weird. I thought I was sharing that. Let me fix what I'm doing visually. If I can figure out how, which I can't. I have no idea why. I must have another, somewhere I must have another browser open. Weird. Yeah, so the spotted owl we like. But they stand no chance against these barred owls, which are a little bit bigger, a little bit nastier. They're moving in. They're also replacing the native great gray owls. If you've ever seen a gray owl, you would know. They're big. They're really cool. I've seen a gray owl out in the wild. They're cool to see. Owl, like all owls, they're totally silent and just freaky looking and very big. So, yeah, the great gray owl. But these barred owls we don't want. And I just, I get really hesitant about playing God in the ecosystem. How many times have we done this where we didn't want one species, so we introduced another to kind of jiggle that around, and then look what happened. Actually, the reintroduction of the wolf has been somewhat successful in fixing and balancing the ecosystem. I know there are tons of rednecks rocking the bumper sticker, smoke a pack of wolves a day, save an elk, smoke a pack of wolves, whatever it is. And many believing the wolves are taking all our elk and there's none left. I don't know the numbers would support that. I think we're at a sustainable level of elk. The Teton, the Yellowstone herd that was once numbering 14,000, 18,000 is down to a more manageable 8,000, something like that. What we used to see come on the elk refuge in Jackson Hole was sometimes 5-digit, 10, 11,000 elk. That elk refuge can't carry that many. The number they want there is more like, I think, 6,000, and we've been getting closer to that. So sustainable elk herd anyway. And then if there's less elk, they're not starving to death in the winter and eating the bark off aspen trees. So the aspen have come back to a great degree in Yellowstone, in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And if the aspen come back, the bluebirds come back. Bluebirds like to nest in aspen trees. So it all works if it works but you got to be careful when you're monkeying with the ecosystem and trying to remove one critter or introduce another. You throw the whole thing out of whack. So what could possibly go wrong by shooting 500,000 barred owls? The Senate voted to make it happen. The controversial plan to kill nearly 500,000 barred owls in order to save spotted owls in the Pacific Northwest was something that got started in the Biden administration, then was halted when Trump took over. The Trump administration took a look at it and said, you know what? Joe Biden was right on this one. How about that? They said Sleepy Joe was right on this one. And so they had another vote. And on Wednesday, the Senate voted 72-25 to continue, basically to reject a bipartisan resolution launched in July, which would have nullified the Biden-era owl killing plan. So sort of like a reverse vote. But basically, the Senate voted 72-25 to, yes, continue that idea, the plan to kill 500,000 barred owls. Wyoming Republicans, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, John Barrasso were on board voting to continue the plan to kill owls. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's barred owl management strategy comes with a roughly $1 billion price tag. Costs a lot of ammo. That's expensive bullets they must be using to knock these owls out of the tree. It would involve wildlife agents shooting barred owls. So, you and I, your average backyard Joe, we can't take up the cause. But it's all to give spotted owls better odds, Feds have already killed roughly 4,500 barred owls on the West Coast since 2009, but that's chump change. That's nothing. 4,500. The plan is to shoot another 470,000 over the next 30 years in California, Oregon, and Washington. Barred owls are originally from the eastern United States. Say no more. It's all I need to hear. Kill them. Some argue they're displacing threatened species spotted owl. And Wyoming barred owls have not gained too much of a toehold here. You heard Mark Hines say the habitat in Wyoming, not great for the barred owl, except for in the Grand Teton area, where they are starting to push out the great gray owl. But yeah, you and I, if we took a walk in the woods, you'd be hard-pressed to be able to tell the difference between the barred owl and the spotted owl. Honestly. And I could show you a photo of them side by side if I could figure out why I can't. And that might be impossible. Yeah, I'm at a loss as to how to operate that. But it must be a Halloween thing. Ghost in the machine, right? Let's turn to big Fed government again. Barrasso says SNAP benefits are illegal in the shutdown, even if Trump wanted to. He'd be breaking the law if he continued to fund SNAP starting tomorrow. Chuck Schumer says that's nonsense. Trump intentionally is defunding or allowing the defunding of SNAP in order to turn the screws on the Democrats to force them to make them appear the bad guy, force them into voting for the CR. Not the first time Barrasso and Schumer have butted heads. This is an ongoing thing. But the dispute centers on supplemental nutrition assistance program. SNAP helps 42 million low-income Americans. Beneficiaries include about 28,000 Wyomingites, according to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. She has co-sponsored a bill that would, in particular, keep SNAP funds flowing even through the shutdown, should it continue into November. U.S. Department of Agriculture runs SNAP. They say benefits will end November 1st because of the shutdown. USDA's website currently displays a banner right there. Bottom line, the well has run dry, says the banner. At this time, there'll be no SNAP benefits issued November 1st. Wow. 25 Democrat-run states are suing the USDA, claiming the law requires uninterrupted SNAP benefits even in the face of a shutdown. But Senator Barrasso disputes that. He says Democrats know the president can't legally use emergency funds to the tune of $9 billion a month. That's what SNAP burns through in a month for food assistance. He can't do it. You cannot move emergency funds into SNAP funds. It's illegal, says Senator Barrasso. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer says nonsense. He said for the first time in history, a president is refusing to fund SNAP during a shutdown. It's legal, Schumer said, to keep SNAP funds flowing, but Trump ordered it stop. This is Chuck Schumer saying that. So who's right? Can you continue to fund the SNAP program during a shutdown, or can you not? Can't even decide on the most. We think that would be the easiest. Is it legal or not? Somebody ask an attorney and let's solve it. I see a lot of Democrat memes out there saying this is the most let them eat cake moment in U.S. history. President Trump is building a what is it? 200, what is $300 million ballroom filled with gold and marble and glitz, and he's letting the people starve. The most let them eat cake moment in U.S. history, say some of the blue memes out there. Is there anything more? Who said that? Marie Antoinette, right? Let them eat cake. The most tone-deaf leadership moment. Let them eat cake. Build a $300 million glitzy gold marble ballroom as the people starve. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to figure out what I'm doing wrong on my browser here so I can share stuff with you. Otherwise, I'm going to be really frustrated on this Halloween show. Bill Sniffen will be on later. I can't wait to talk to him about Halloween. Bill Sniffen's been reading those obituaries again, hanging out with centenarians, 100-year-old people. They have a wealth of knowledge to share with us. Yeah, we'll get with Bill later, talk about that. Can't wait to talk to Andrew Ross. He's got a whole bunch of great stories. Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily News guy. He'll be on today as well. We're going to talk some Halloween myths, Halloween legends, Halloween urban myths, especially concerning the safety of trick-or-treating and food and poison candy and razor blades in your candy bars. Does that stuff really happen? I mean, it doesn't happen in Wyoming, of course. We do things a little better around here, but does that really happen in the big cities? We'll take a closer look at that right after this break. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back in a moment.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Happy Halloween to you on a Friday. Stories we're looking into today. The not so scary news that Wyoming investment in earnings have been really positive. Blow by projections by hundreds of millions of dollars. Wyoming is making record-setting money off its investments. The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, known as CREG, C-R-E-G, their report given to legislators Thursday shows the state investments outpaced projections by hundreds of millions of dollars. Record high investment earnings of $1.86 billion. And that dominated the 2025 fiscal year, which wrapped in, I think we go July 1 to July 1. The cat's feeling like it needs to be outside. Good timing, cat. Wyoming is a coal and energy state traditionally, yes, but it's the revenue off its investments. And a big congrats again to Treasurer Kurt Meyer for making wise investments, prudent investments, and yeah, we're making money off those investments. Some of it due to, stock market's up. It's hard to make an investment that doesn't make money now, apparently. I don't know. Increasingly favorable regulations from the Trump administration was the driver behind some of these improved forecasts in coal, oil, natural gas, Trona. That helped a little bit. Crop prices are low in Wyoming, but beef prices at an all-time high. There are several factors that go into the reasoning, but the good news is Wyoming generated $1.86 billion off its investments. That's 6.2% on a $32 billion portfolio, earning 6. So that's pretty good earnings. I mean, you think about what your savings account does. What do you get in your average savings account? Like 2-3%? Not a whole lot more on a CD right now. 6.2% is pretty good. And Craig co-chair Don Richards told the committee the other day that these investments have been super positive for Wyoming and shot past any forecast of what we thought they were going to be. Richards said, let me put this a little bit more in perspective. This was the first year ever that investment earnings exceeded sales and use taxes deposited into the general fund. The general fund, Wyoming's main bank account, gets leveled to zero at every year. Richards said, I can't overemphasize the amount of money that was generated from the savings of the state from this. That's good news. We reached out to Treasurer Meyer's people, and we want to get him on the show. He was on the show once, golly, all the way back in January, I want to say. First of the year, we talked to him. And I think it's time to get him back on here and just give him a pat on the back for the investment, for this news. This is really good news, positive news. Zachary Sontag's story about the Dodger fan who maybe he loves his Dodgers. He lives in Cheyenne. He loves his Dodgers. He's gone to 2 World Series games this year, and they lost both of them. I think maybe he might want to just watch him on TV now. Glenn Chavez bought a 75-inch television this year with one purpose in mind, to watch his beloved Los Angeles Dodgers win another World Series from the comfort of his living room in high definition. Cut it. But after the excitement of the team's 18-inning win over the Blue Jays, oh, what a marathon. Chavez decided, man, I got to go be part of this. So he turned to his wife, Annette, and he said, I just bought tickets. I just booked us a flight. We're going to Dodger Stadium. And she said, man, that's kind of like him. He's impulsive, and he's been impulsive ever since he almost died. And Chavez says, after all, whenever he has a moment like this where he just has an impulsive, I'm going to buy tickets to the game. I can't imagine what that is, to buy tickets to a game that's been sold out, a World Series game. That's going to be expensive. And then to just pick up and fly there. But Glenn Chavez says, hey, you only live twice. At least he does. He has a second lease on life. And ever since he almost died, this is the new Glenn Chavez. He's been a little unpredictable. His job as a hair cutter, some days he'll call in and says, I won't be coming in today. A couple of weeks ago, his boss at or his coworker at the barber shop, Chavez works at Trujillo's barbershop in Cheyenne. Marcus said, yeah, he sent a text the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and he said, I'm in Philadelphia for the Dodgers game. Make him go out. Throw him outside. Dealing with a cat, sorry. Marcus said, he sent me a text. He's like, I'm in Philly watching the Dodgers game. I won't be in. See you next week. And that's kind of the new Glenn Chavez. His wife says, and Marcus says. And it stems from a fateful day in 2024 when Chavez was cutting hair and he started feeling not well. And he looked at one of his coworkers and he said, I don't feel good. I'm going to go home and lay down. He went home, laid down, and what he remembers is the cat. Funny that we should be mentioning that. The cat who would not let him rest. He said he laid down and the cat uncharacteristically kept pawing, meowing. He flung her off the bed 2 times. Finally, the cat bit him in the arm. And Chavez is like, what is wrong with this cat? And he's like, it must be trying to tell him. The cat must sense something. Next thing you know, he drives himself to the ER. He doesn't even remember, has no memory of driving himself to the emergency room. And once there, his heart stops beating while he's waiting in the emergency room. They ended up putting 3 stents in his heart. He would have died if not for that goofy cat. He would have died. Chavez says, after that, there's only a few things that matter to me anymore. God, my family, camping, he's got his priorities straight, and baseball. He's always loved baseball. He said baseball is gospel for us right now, him and his wife. And once he recovered from this serious cardiac arrest episode, he has been this new kind of Glenn Chavez where, hey, at the drop of a hat, he might book tickets to go see his Dodgers. And his wife sometimes looks at him and says, who are you now? Chavez grew up in Cheyenne, but cut his teeth on a diamond at Hebert Elementary School. Dozens of neighborhood kids would show up for pickup baseball games on the weekends. He would play. He's like, we'd have 30, 40 kids from the South Side community. We'd play baseball all day, and he would play all day unless the Dodgers were playing. He'd say, oh, gotta go. LA's on. So he did go to the Dodger game the other day, the one where the Blue Jays won. And he was so, but the Dodgers scored 1 run. He was so bummed. He was mad at his Dodgers. And I think he went to another game and they lost that. So he's been to 2 Dodger games and they lost both of them. Dodgers now trail that series 3-2, by the way. Glenn Chavez, just for the sake of his beloved Los Angeles Dodgers, may not go to another game. He would hate to jinx it, I think. But Chavez says he's been a Dodger fan ever since he was a kid. He said, I'm not a bandwagon guy. It's been lifelong. Cool story from Zach Sontag. Find out why a Cheyenne guy would be an LA Dodgers super fan. Well, just look at the name. Glenn Chavez. The Dodgers play in Chavez Ravine. Duh. Who else could he back? I think they're playing baseball tonight, right? Game 6. Toronto's up 3-2, and I think that game's in Canada. I think they've gone back to Toronto. I'm a Yankee fan, so of course I hate the Dodgers, but I do respect the fact that they once played in Brooklyn. That's cool. In fact, that's where they get their name, Dodgers. If you look at Los Angeles and say, what's a Dodger? You'd be hard-pressed to find one. But in Brooklyn, the Dodgers made perfect sense. They were the people and the act you had to do to keep from getting hit by the above-ground trolleys. This is pre-subway, I would imagine, or congruent with this. When the subway went in, there were trolleys in the streets, and they were hurtling through the streets, and you had to get out of the way. You had to dodge the trolleys in Brooklyn. So the Brooklyn Dodgers, and when the team moved to Los Angeles, sad day, they kept the name, which is kind of cool. Even though it doesn't have the same meaning, really. Other sports news, Thermopolis playing good football. We had Jackie Dorothy on yesterday. She's got a kid on the team. The Thermopolis Bobcats are hosting the Burns Bronx tonight. First game of the playoffs. It's been a while since Thermopolis had a team like this. They're ranked number 1. They haven't been winning of late, but this season's been fantastic. And so much so that there's a lot of excitement around high school football, and there's a lot of explosions. Fireworks after touchdowns at the football game last week when Thermopolis hosted Pinedale. Fireworks triggered PTSD in some Thermopolis veterans. And the fireworks were loud, I got to say. Here, I got a little bit of video of it. If I can make my, and I still can't get a share going that's correct. That's so weird. Let me try to, here we go. All right, here's the, boom. Yeah, it's pretty loud. I guess it's just a regular firework, but it seems like a firework on steroids, man. It's so loud. And it... Yeah. And they shoot him after the touchdown. Do they shoot him after the extra point? Maybe not. Yeah, this one... Boom. And when you don't know that's coming, you know, when it's not 4th of July, yeah, that can be disturbing, especially if you've served overseas. For instance, one guy quoted in this story from VFW's Thermopolis Post 2281, Brad Becerra. He's a veteran and commander at VFW Post 2881. He said these things were loud. They can trigger veterans. They did trigger veterans. He served over in Afghanistan and Syria, and he was caught completely off guard. He's like, yeah, I get it. And I went over to the VFW, and there were others there who were like on the verge of having a little bit of a breakdown. And the problem was communication. Nobody knew these things were going to get fired off. So with the game tonight, they're going to continue the touchdown fireworks celebrations, but they're going to get the word out a little better that these things are going to be happening. We got a whole bunch more stories coming up on this Friday. You're enjoying this show on YouTube, X, Facebook, maybe on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, or maybe you're listening to one of the radio stations carrying this show around the state of Wyoming. Run it back on demand when you're ready, wherever you listen to and download your favorite podcast. The Cowboy State Daily Radio Network continues after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports one dog who's been adopted out to a forever home is thriving.
Zero's owner told me that he selected Zero because, unlike all the other dogs at the shelter, Zero can't seem to be bothered by anything. While all the other dogs were clamoring in their cages for attention, Zero was just laying on the floor. And he said this chill, relaxed attitude has persisted even into this new environment for Zero.
The animals, including dogs, cats, birds, and bunnies, were surrendered to the Cheyenne Animal Shelter on October 22nd by their former owner, Michael O'Hearn, who is accused of hoarding the animals in abhorrent conditions in his Cheyenne home. Remember to turn your clocks back an hour this Saturday night into Sunday morning as daylight saving time ends. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that several states, including Wyoming, have passed trigger bills. This would make daylight saving time permanent, but it depends on neighboring states to do the same.
Wyoming's passed a trigger bill that will adopt permanent daylight saving time when 3 other neighboring states do the same, and so far only 2 have done so. But there's a growing coalition of people who are advocating for permanent standard time, which means at some point in the future we fall back and we never spring forward.
Arizona and Hawaii are the only states on permanent standard time, meaning they don't bother to fall back or spring forward. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. One of the 2 men who broke into a Casper home 2 years ago has to keep serving his 22 to 25-year prison term. So said the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland tells us about the crazy circumstances that led to Joel Wilson being put in jail.
Back in 2023, I wrote this story about this pregnant woman that had these home invaders, and she grabbed a pistol and she scared them off, and the husband's like fighting with one of them. Joel Wilson had his appeal denied on Tuesday. The evidence indicates that these 2 guys burglarized the wrong house, and they end up fighting with the deputy and being held at gunpoint by the deputy's pregnant wife.
Wilson appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court after his February 28th sentencing, arguing that his trial jury didn't have enough evidence to convict him of aggravated burglary and robbery. Well, the Wyoming Supreme Court concluded that the judge came to the correct verdict at his trial. After a cardiac arrest event last year, Glenn Chavez has a new "you only live once" philosophy. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that led the Cheyenne LA Dodgers superfan to make a sudden dream World Series trip this week to watch the Dodgers lose twice.
His fandom took on a new quality in 2024 after he suffered a cardiac arrest, and surviving that gave him a sense of a new lease on life. And he said, I'm going to start really pursuing the experiences that bring me value. And that includes going to see the Dodgers live. And he's willing to do things like drop everything at the hat and jump on a plane to go see the Dodgers play the Toronto Blue Jays in the World Series, as he did this week. Unfortunately, the Dodgers did not deliver on Chavez's behalf. They got their butts kicked, and it really made him upset. It was funny to hear him describe this. He says, "What do you do when the Dodgers get their butts kicked? You go to Disneyland. I'm mad at them, and I am not going to their game tonight."
Chavez's fandom is so great, he even named his husky dog Dodger. The state's revenues and forecasts report was given to legislators on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says the report shows that the state's investments not only outpaced but dominated projections by hundreds of millions of dollars.
The $1.86 billion in investment earnings is an extraordinary watermark. Just because we have this $1.86 billion flush doesn't mean we get to spend $1.86 billion right now.
The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, or CREG, co-chair Don Richards told the committee that this was the first year ever that investments earnings on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund exceeded sales and use taxes deposited into the general fund. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, Halloween. But the issue of the weekend, after we come down from our sugar high, after we take down all the cobwebs and skeletons, is, are we ready to turn the clock back? This daylight savings time, every time we got to move the clock, it brings up the same issue again. Are we tired of doing this? Polls show we are. And we're done with it. Clocks fall back 2 a.m. Sunday. This weekend, daylight savings time ends. I always get confused as to what time we're on. Are we on the real time? Or are we on the saving time? Daylight savings time ends and we go back to real time. And here are some big reasons why people want to stay with one or the other. First, obviously, when you gain an hour, lose an hour, you're messing up with your body's internal clock. Your body should know what time it is. It's your circadian rhythm. And that messes people up to greater degrees, depending on, who you are. Some people, to lose an hour, gain an hour, that really throws them off. These are the same people that would feel the effects of jet lag in particular. I am not one. Are you one of those people that get jet laggy? If you fly LA to New York, for instance, and you lose those 3 hours, you arrive in New York and suddenly you've got 3 hours gone. And does it take you a day or two to catch back up or to fix yourself? Same thing going the other way. In 3 hours, significant. What about overseas? I remember flying to Dubai, and that was 17 hours. And that I slept a lot on the flight, but that I'm not one bothered by the time change or jet lag. I don't know. My body does know what time it is, but I'm the boss of my body. And I'm like, hey, we got to go to work or it's time to sleep. Whatever I tell my body to do, it gets the message. Time to work, whether you're tired or not, or time to sleep. And I never have a problem doing either. But some people are affected by the hour change. That's one reason to stop messing around with it, is because studies show that for some people, there's a loss of productivity or health effects to losing or gaining an hour, certainly. And then there's studies show that when there were, let me find this story from Andrew Rossi and look into it. There were more school-age kids hit, more accidents involving school-age kids when it's darker in the morning. Now, that's the case in any October, every year in October. Sadly, here's DST, daylight savings time, has been the federal standard now for decades. Permanent daylight savings time has been tried in the U.S. twice before. Once during World War II, the 1940s, and again during the oil crisis in the 1970s. It was supposed to last for 2 years in the 70s, but people started complaining about it almost immediately, and it was repealed after 10 months. The reason? In addition to darker mornings and earlier evenings in the winter, the death count was too high. Sadly, several children killed by vehicles during those 10 months. He said this happens every year in October. Children are struck by vehicles because the sun doesn't rise till about 7:30 a.m. The roads are too dark. Now, if we were to stay on daylight savings time, sunrise would happen later in the morning to the tune of like after 8, almost 9 o'clock in Wyoming. And that's not good because you see kids going to school at 8 a.m. In Wyoming, you rarely see the sunrise after 8. And that's important. Most school and work days start at 8 a.m. People need morning light to wake up, feel good, stay healthy, stay alert, drive safely. If Wyoming adopted permanent daylight savings time, the sunrise would come as late as 9 a.m. for 3 or 4 months out of the year. Now, yes, the sun would set later, but do you want it to be dark up until like 9 in the morning? That's hard to get started, isn't it? I mean, it's dark right now, but it's difficult to get yourself going in the morning when it's dark right up until 9. So that's what would happen if we stuck with daylight savings time. What if we stuck with regular time? That's right. I want to go just to the regular standard time and stay with it. Don Day, we can ask him, but Andrew Rossi already did. And in the story, Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day says he doesn't have a preference between DST and PST. Permanent. What is PST? Permanent savings time? Permanent standard time. Don says, my preference is just to not have it change twice a year. He said, I'm somebody who gets up at ungodly hours of the morning. Yes. So for him, whether it's dark or not, it's always going to be dark. Doesn't matter what time we're on. He gets up in the dark. Me too. But he does agree that it has an impact on people who do your normal 8 to 5, for instance. From Don Day's perspective, there are pros and cons to standard time. Wyoming winter mornings would be brighter, but evening commutes would be darker and more dangerous. Yeah, there's trade-offs, certainly, but polls show that most Americans want to stop changing the clocks, and most Americans want to go to the permanent standard time. No more daylight savings time is what most Americans want. This poll by the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research shows that many Americans, the great majority, want to do away with daylight savings time. Only 12% of U.S. adults polled favor the current system of daylight savings time, which has people in most states changing the clock twice a year. Only barely 1 in 10 of us like to keep doing that. 47% are opposed, 40% neutral. They can go either way. That'd be Don Day's category. He can go either way. I'd rather see it stop changing, and if it's going to stop changing, do regular time, real time. So when the sun is absolute overhead, that's noon, no matter what. I want the sundial to be correct. I don't have to do any guesswork. But this coming Sunday, 2 a.m., clocks go back an hour, we'll gain an hour. That's the good news. I like when we gain an hour. I hate when we lose one. And I just am tired of doing it already. And so are the majority of Americans. 47% opposed to daylight savings time, opposed to changing. Only 12% want to continue doing that. 40% don't care. They'll go either way. Thieves, vandals, idiots, whatever they are, maybe turds. Ask local art dealer Harvey DeSelms. Boy, Harvey, tell us how you really think. Downtown Cheyenne, a bronze sculpture featuring a bison was made by the famous Wyoming artist Chris Navarro. It's part of those multiple sculptures you can see in Cheyenne, downtown Cheyenne. There's a total of 82 bronze sculptures installed throughout downtown Cheyenne. And somebody vandalized one of them the other day. Now, nobody's sure if it was just vandals, if it was kids just trying to wreck it for no reason, or whether they were trying to steal it because they pulled it from its bolts and messed it up a little. Cowboy State Daily's story by Andrew Rossi. Andrew talked to art dealer in Cheyenne, Harvey DeSelms. He said, I don't know if these criminals were trying to steal it or they were turds, his word, trying to wreck it. And then later called them idiots. He said, not only are you a criminal guilty of destruction of public property, but you're also an idiot, DeSelms said. And who would disagree? Yeah, people that you don't touch things that don't belong to you. These are basics, man. Buffalo Nation is a bronze sculpture made famous by Wyoming artist Chris Navarro. The work is valued at $6,400, donated to the city of Cheyenne by Sue Mecca in honor of her late husband, Ernest. That's how the system works. Navarro makes these pieces of art at the behest of a private citizen, and then the whole work is donated to the city of Cheyenne. And they're on the hook for keeping these maintained. And it's the city of Cheyenne that's going to have to pay to have this thing reinstalled because it was knocked off its bolts. It was knocked off its moorings. And was it an attempted theft that went wrong and maybe somebody scared off the vandals, or was it just kids like messing stuff up for no reason. Don't know, but the recent incident has got Harvey DeSelms not happy. We'll talk about the Casper burglar who broke into the wrong house. Many people on Facebook are saying the same thing. Is there a right house to break into? Yeah, I don't care for the headline. It's misleading. Casper burglar who broke into wrong house will stay in prison. Yeah, is there a right house to break into? I don't think so. But this is one you probably did not want to break into. We'll talk about that when we come back, and also get Don Day in here. Do a little day weather forecasting. Back in a moment.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Spookiness. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Don. Where are you? I lost you in my Zoom room.
Well, you scared me away with that music. I'm out of here.
Yeah, right. I've had issues today. It must be Halloween. Ghosty. Okay, there you are. You're back. Donna, I asked you this, I'm sure. Every every time, twice a year, when we lose an hour, gain an hour, I ask you what you prefer, and I already see, I can remember your statement, and I see it again in Andrew Rossi's story concerning falling back this fall. You could go either way. You're going to have dark on one end of the day or the other, right?
Right. Exactly. Pick your poison.
Yeah. Yeah. You fall in line perhaps with the famed quote attributed to Native American Indian. I don't, who knows, but only pale face would think cutting off 2 inches on one end of a blanket, sewing it on the other would make the blanket longer. Yeah, it's, I don't like, you and I get up in the dark. It doesn't matter what the clock, what we're saving. I mean, it's dark, but I get it's hard to get motivated to start your day when it's dark up until 9 a.m. If that's the case, if we go to daylight savings time year round, and it's maybe more dangerous for the kiddos going to school. But on the other end, roads will start freezing on your way home quicker than they may have. And yeah, it depends. It's 50-50. It's 6-7, as the kids say.
Well, you know what we should really do is we should really do something about this earth tilting and just fix that. If we didn't have a tilting earth, this wouldn't be a problem.
Is that right? The earth is wobbling, supposedly.
That's right. We got to fix the wobble.
The earth's got to
get the government back open so we can, pass a law to make it go straight up and down and no more of this wobbling earth.
We can pass all the laws we want, but it's China building dams holding back so much water. The earth is, I'm serious, the earth is wobbling. And the polar caps are going to shift, and yeah.
The chemtrails are going to, we could throw every conspiracy theory into this one.
Yeah.
Well, the earth is flat, too. We forgot about that, so.
Yeah, what happens when you tilt a flat earth? It's the tilting. Boy, that sun angle, you can definitely tell. I mean, it's obvious. I sit out on the porch the other day and read a book, and I can tell the sun's not where it was even just 2-3 months ago.
Well, yeah, and we're really entering the time, and this is the thing that I've really noticed is, and this is something that later in the month of November, that if we do start to see the colder weather and snow come in, when you get snow in November and early December, you keep it a lot longer than snow in February or March, because we're hitting that really low sun angle right now. And so all you got to do is go on the north side of your house and look at that shadow.
Yeah.
That you're seeing around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like, whoa. So I've seen big November snowstorms stay on the ground for a while.
Yeah. The North Face, the company that makes North Face apparel, that's exactly, if you want to choose to live in the north facing aspects during the winter, I don't know how you do it. I need a little warmth from the sun. It's cold on the north facing.
Yeah, and with our mountain ranges, when the sun sets, goes behind those mountains, that makes a difference as well. I mean, if a lot of calculations for sunrise, sunset times are not including the mountains. And so that ridge, that higher ground to your west, that'll cut a few minutes off your day too.
Yes, I've noticed that. And sometimes I'll look up at the peak of a mountain or a ridge and I'm like, oh, I wish I was up there. They got that last bit of sun, man. It's cold down here. I'm looking at your weather map across the U.S. on the day weather forecast, and I see a lot of L's done. And that normally would mean we don't like the weather, but the weather's good, even with all those
the L's are being corralled right now. So the weather cowboys have corralled the L's, and they're keeping them up north.
Good.
But we will eventually have a corral breakout after the 10th of this month, roughly, and that's when those L's will start to meander and come our way.
Uh-oh.
But right now they're locked up.
Okay, that's good news for high school football across the state. Tomorrow, college football, and, well, it's in San Diego, so we know it's always good there. But yeah, long range. What's happening as we get into midweek next week?
We really don't have anything until after around Thursday and Friday. And even then, I don't think it'll be a big system, but that's the next chance of seeing some weather. Other than that, the only thing we'll be able to complain about really is a little bit of wind this weekend, starting tomorrow afternoon. Sunday's going to be a little breezy, but temperatures are going to go back above average. It'll be a cool day today, but there'll be some parts of eastern Wyoming eclipsing 70 on Sunday. Now, we're not going to keep that all in next week, but there's a stretch of weather here of about 6 days, 5 or 6 days, where it's going to be as good as you're going to get it in November. So take advantage. If you are one of those laggards who has not blown out your sprinklers yet, or gotten those radishes out of the ground, or potatoes, or whatever, finish things up, get the leaves raked out of your yard, take advantage of the next week.
Don, you with your honey-do list. I'm going to be swinging clubs in Lander on Sunday, the last day of golf, probably in the whole state. It's going to be upper 60s, near 70 maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. You can go rake
Now, you haven't
leaves.
made your tea time late in the afternoon when it gets dark, have you?
No, I went for 11, which is the new noon. Or the other way around.
The new 10.
Yeah, okay. Right. I don't even know. I'm so confused, but it's going to be nice.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you an hour earlier on Monday.
Yeah, I better get it together by then. By Monday, I'll know where I am. Thanks, Don. Have a great weekend. Day weather forecast. Yeah, whatever day it is, whatever time it is, it's going to be nice this weekend. Sunday. Are you kidding me? Hitting 70 somewhere in Wyoming on November 2? I'll take that. All day, every day. You betcha. We already took our early break this hour, so we can stay right here and dig into these stories. The Casper burglar who broke into the wrong house. A lot of people on the Facebooks are saying the same thing. Is there a right house to break into? Good point. Wrong house being like, if you're going to do a burglary, you don't want to break into a house belonging to a sheriff's deputy. And the deputy's pregnant, hormonal, pistol-packing wife. Yeah, there is a wrong house to break into, and this was it. Wow. Wyoming Supreme Court, by the way, denied the burglar another trial, I think he wanted, or reduced sentence. He is saying, I'm not sure of his argument. He's saying it's not me, I guess. It is him. It is Joel Wilson, 42-year-old, that broke into the house. Him and his buddy, Daniel Hammer, they broke into the house. They broke in saying, quote, what's up, mother effer? Wilson supposedly said to the pregnant woman. That's not the way you greet people in the world, or in the civilized world, or in Wyoming. That right there is enough to convict for me before he even tries to steal something. Yeah. Joel Wilson, 42-year-old. He appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court after his February 28th sentencing, arguing that the trial jury didn't have enough evidence to convict him of aggravated burglary and robbery. What was this lack of evidence? It gets into details. I think it stems mainly from a text that he and his lawyer believe should have been inadmissible. Wilson's argument was that prosecutors wrongly relied on text messages between he and the co-defendant Daniel. So these two hooligans are texting each other about how they're going to rob this house. The text showed that the pair intended to steal, quote, anything from the home. The jury didn't have enough evidence to convict, so they didn't the text should not have been admissible. Whatever. The texts are inconsequential. I don't care what you text, what you call. I don't care what you posted on your. You are breaking into a home. He knocked on the door of this home. November 18th, 2023, Casper Police Department. Their statement says these two guys knocked on the door of the home. The deputy had just finished an overnight shift and he was sleeping in the bedroom. The pregnant wife answered the door with their young daughter. The pregnant wife, through the doorbell camera, sees Wilson and Hemmer standing at the door and makes the correct assessment. These are not good guys. And she tells her daughter, go get dad. Wake him up. Meanwhile, Wilson shoulders the front door open. So perhaps the wife cracked the door open a little. I don't know, but he pushes his way in. He and Hemmer enter the home. Wilson reportedly says, "What's up, mother effer?" Oh, man. Yeah, and it was the wrong home because this is a home that has firearms, which, 6 out of every 10 in Wyoming do, if not more. Hemmer hesitated, looked around as if he was in the wrong place. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you're in the wrong place. The home doesn't belong to you. Meanwhile, the deputy gets up. Deputy sheriff wakes up, comes down. He starts arguing with Wilson. Obviously, he's like, get out of my house. And they start fighting, start brawling in the bedroom. It's a fight. The deputy later described it as a fight for his life in which he had his face injured, his knee injured. I mean, they were going at it. This is a fight to the death. Hemmer, meanwhile, the other one, approaches the couple's daughter. And that was it. That's all that the mom needed to see. Mom's like, well, I'll wait and see who wins the fight. She's thinking, my husband's a deputy sheriff. I'm thinking he'll win this one. But when the other guy made a move towards her daughter, boy, the maternal instinct kicked in. She grabbed a handgun from the nightstand and pointed at Hemmer and said, we're done with this. Hemmer left. Wilson and the deputy who were fighting, that fight spilled into the living room. Finally, both guys are kicked out of there. Both guys sentenced, and now one of them wants the sentence reduced or wants a retrial. He says something about the text messages, but you know what? Who cares? I don't even care to read what the complaint is. The case judge, Natrona County District Court Judge Kerry Johnson, reasoned that the string of text messages between the two men where they discussed making money by home invasions, she said these were permissible hearsay evidence, despite Wilson and his lawyer's argument that they should not have been admissible. And you and I are both thinking, who cares about the text? I don't care if the text said, can't wait to jack some houses tonight. I don't care if the text said, I'm really nervous about this B&E. I don't know if we should burgle. I don't care what the text says. I don't care if the text says, hey, Mom, it's your son here. We're thinking about robbing some houses, but I'm really having second thoughts. It doesn't matter what the text said. You and the other dude have broken into a home and you're fighting the homeowner. You broke in. That is enough to get shot in the state of Wyoming. That's defending your castle, stand your ground, whatever it is. They're lucky the pregnant mom didn't pull the trigger. 22 to 25-year prison term. You're lucky you're still breathing after that. You broke into a sheriff deputy's home. You made a move towards mom's daughter. Oh, and she's got a gun. Yeah, I would just count your blessings at this point, Joel. Joel Wilson, 42-year-old, Wyoming Supreme Court ruled it. Yeah, he's got to do his 22 to 25. And it don't matter what the text said. That's what most people agree on the Facebooks I'm reading. What else are people commenting on the Cowboy State Daily stories today? Some of the stories that are doing well. A lot of people are happy that Wyoming is making money off its money. State Treasurer Kurt Meyer is to be congratulated. He's made wise investments. The state did about 6.2%, which is pretty good if you're investing. I know, you can play stocks and maybe make a killing bigger than that. But Wyoming's nest egg grew to the tune of 6.2%. That equals a record-setting billions. That's how we're going to measure this. $1.86 billion made by the state of Wyoming through investments. That's a pretty good chunk of change. $32 billion sits in the investment portfolio. Treasurer Kurt Meyer is in charge of handling that and investing that, and he did it wisely. In the fiscal year 2025, nothing made Wyoming more money than its own money. Not oil, not gas. Wyoming made a record-setting $1.86 billion on its investments. Craig, co-chair Don Richards explained. Craig, by the way, is the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, Craig, and they came out with a report, I think just yesterday. They informed a government committee of the good news, and co-chair Don Richards of Craig said, I can't overemphasize the amount of money that was generated from the savings of the state. He said, record-setting, making more than, in a time when coal, gas, oil have not been doing well, although there are signs now under President Trump that those energy industries are on the rebound. But prior to that, leading up to the end of the fiscal year 2025, and I think they go July to July with that. July 1st is when the fiscal years begin. That's very good news for the state of Wyoming. And Kurt Meyer's been doing that for a while, Treasurer Meyer. This is not the first year Wyoming has made good, sound investment money, seen good return on its investment. Meyer did it the previous year. We had him on earlier in the year. I think Treasurer Meyer was on in January on this show, and we got to have him on again just to tell him good job, Kurt. Really good job. Good news. Good job. We'll get him on. I reached out, and we'll get him on the show next week. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this quick break. Don't go far. We'll be right back after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call
Logan, my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
Seriously, no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Halloween Friday. So spooky. Also happens to be the first week of playoffs in high school football. So will it be a trick or a treat for your favorite high school football team? We'll find out. I'll let you know who's playing where. Tonight, Friday night, under the lights, when we get done with Andrew Rossi in the Zoom room. Let's go zooming, get in. Oh, my, Andrew. Is this Andrew Rossi, or is it the former Andrew Rossi?
I've lost a little weight recently.
I think so. The Ozempic is kicking in, buddy.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. It's cost me a lot.
That is certainly frightening. Andrew, you've had some great stories. We got to talk about all of them. You ready?
Oh, if we're going to talk serious, I better take this thing off.
That's pretty good, man. I was in Cody the other day. I was looking for you. Couldn't find you. Chance Bond and Mac Watson. We were all hanging out together.
Sounds like a good time.
It was. Except for Jackson Bronx football fans, because Cody beat Jackson. Cody, that's a good football team.
That they do.
Yeah. So your ears were probably burning. We were talking about you. We wish we could have found you. I was over there at Little Bear, Big Bear Motel, right? The one that has the bear out front.
Yeah.
Right across from a fantastic breakfast place. Oh, I love it. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I was right there in Cody, but I missed you. So
yeah, I've been busy being in the land of Oz for the last couple of weeks.
That's what Chance speculated. We were thinking he's acting. He's doing, yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. I went and saw a Velveteen last night here in Jackson, Andrew Munn's production, that David Madison went to opening night here in Jackson and reviewed that in Cowboy State Daily. It's a good show.
Good to hear.
Yeah, theater, always good. So let's talk about the time change. Every time we move the clock forward or back, we've got to get into that big discussion into whether we're sick of doing that. And I'm looking at every poll I see says a great majority of Americans want to stop moving the clock And most of us do want to stay with the standard time and just no more daylight savings, whichever way you want to cut it. I think we're all tired of moving it. What is it going to take to end the clock jimmying?
Well, it's one of those frustrating things, Jake, where I think everybody is in agreement. We want to stop changing the clocks, but that's the status quo. And we know how hard it is to change the status quo. So Wyoming passed a trigger bill that it would adopt permanent daylight time if 3 other Western states did the same. And that right now there are 2. I think Montana and Colorado have both passed similar bills, but no other Western neighboring state has done the same. Because nobody wants to become a time zone desert. You don't want to be on permanent standard time when everyone else is in daylight savings time, because that can just make things needlessly complicated. But it works for Arizona and it works for Hawaii. So there's a growing coalition of people who are saying we should fall back and just stay there, fall back and never go back. And that would be permanent standard time. So that way we would, and Don Day put it best, it's a pick your own poison scenario. If you like earlier mornings, if you like light as you're going to work in the morning, then you're going to want permanent standard time because that's ensuring there's going to be earlier sunrises. However, if you like later evenings, if you like more light as you're leaving work, then you're going to want permanent daylight time because that sets the sun time an hour later. So it really just depends on, and I spoke with the Coalition for Permanent Standard Time, and they said, we just want a consensus. Obviously, they're advocating for permanent standard time, but it boils down to just put the options on the table. So if Wyoming passed a bill that said it's going to adopt permanent standard time if the neighboring states do the same. Well, we've already done that with daylight savings time, so we might as well do that with permanent standard time as well. So that way, it's not a free-for-all. If we do it, we're doing it with a bunch of other neighboring states.
Is that way? So when Wyoming passed that trigger bill that said if enough come along with us, we're going to change it, was it to change it to daylight savings time for good?
Yeah, permanent daylight savings time. And one of the points that was brought up during my interview was with Tom Peeb, I believe it was. I apologize, I get the name wrong, from the Coalition for Permanent Standard Time, is that people, they just want the change to stop. So there wasn't a lot of thinking about which is actually better for us. And they very strongly advocate that standard time is the better option because, as he put it, which I think is the best way to make it concise, with standard time, high noon is high noon. When the sun is at its highest southernmost point, that's high noon, regardless of the season. That's not true with daylight savings. So standard time is sun time. That's the natural rhythm of nature and things. And that makes a lot of sense. But we would lose an hour of sunlight during the nicest time of year in Wyoming. And a lot of people like having that extra time. So it is kind of a mixed bag. But at some point, we just want a consensus. And regardless of which way people go, everybody just wants to stop springing forward and falling back.
Yeah. I think we do. I think Wyoming got it wrong by and I think that's why we didn't get everybody to join in is proposing permanent daylight savings time. I think that's the one we don't want, except if you're a golfer. Aren't they the ones who are, you said the large lobby is the golf lobby. They want it to stay late so people can golf more.
See, I was always told, I'm sure you heard too, that daylight savings time was enacted for the benefit of farmers. So they would have more time for the harvest, but they're actually one of the most vocal opponents of daylight savings time. The leisure industry promotes daylight savings time because you get that extra hour of sunlight in while you're in golf. And there have been instances where states have flirted with the idea of permanent standard time, and the golf industry has stepped in to say, we don't want that because that's going to cost us money in the long run. Now, whether or not that's true, that's debatable, but they're the groups that are pushing the hardest for a switch to permanent daylight savings time. And in terms of the bills, several states have passed bills like this, but they went as so far as to say that perhaps science wasn't really considered in the whole thing. Because I think we don't want to be short-sighted by what the consensus is. And the consensus is, as you said from the beginning, we just want to get rid of the time change. So I think a lot of politicians said, okay, we want to get rid of the time change. Daylight savings, that sounds better because you're saving daylight. So let's just make that permanent.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with P, and I'm gonna go with just making it the real, whatever the sundial says, that's the authentic time. I don't want it to be artificial. I don't want it to be messed up. It's not the inconvenience of trying to figure out how I reprogram the microwave. It's just, yeah, I do like light later in the day in summer. I get it, but it's not worth it. There's too many positives on the other end. I want to go permanent real time.
Well, and think of it this way too, Jake, something I didn't know before doing this story. We've tried permanent daylight saving time twice in the past.
Right.
And it hasn't worked either time. So if we do it again, it's not like it's some novel idea going to permanent daylight savings. It'd be third time, and we'd probably revert back because it just doesn't work. But if we go back to standard time, that's worked for thousands of years. So
yeah, and I get the argument. We don't want it too dark for too long in the morning, especially because of school kids. And just it's hard to get motivated when it's dark right up until 9 a.m. So yeah, that's an issue. Are you one of those people that is thrown off by the hour? Is your circadian clock really true? And do you really hear it loudly? Like, do you get jet lag? Do you miss that hour? Do you?
Yeah, I mean, not really at this point. I can adjust pretty easily, but it is frustrating. I don't like the idea of the fact that we spend part of the year that's not on a natural rhythm with what our world is doing. That just bothers me. And I think, this is a problem that everybody wants fixed. So can we at least try a solution? That's my stance on it.
I like it. Let's come to a consensus also on the fireworks when Thermopolis scores a touchdown. It's not something we've had to worry. Sorry, Bearcats, but the touchdowns have been hard to find in years past. But this year, Thermop's got a good football team, ranked number 1, hosting Burns Bronx tonight. The last week game against Pinedale, they fired off like significant fireworks. They were like mortar rounds. They were loud. And people didn't know it was coming, and people being veterans. So, yeah, PTSD explosion. The 4th of July, we're ready for it. Nobody knew this was coming, and nobody expected Thermopolis to score a touchdown, maybe.
Yeah, well, Thermops had the best year in many years in terms of their football team. They're doing great. And now there's a group called the Gridiron Club, which is parents who just want to promote team spirit and support the team. So they've been doing a lot. And then they're the ones who kind of got the impetus going on launching mortar rounds and fireworks when they score touchdown, then a bigger display when they win the game. They enacted that for the first time during their Pinedale game. And the thing is, which is the fireworks caused a firestorm on Facebook. And a lot of people said that the people who were complaining were trying to take away from the kids and everything. And I spoke with the commander of the VFW post down there, and he said that couldn't be further from the truth. His son's on the football team. He wants them to be able to celebrate. The point he raised, which stuck out to me, is they were launching the mortar rounds pretty close to the field from the bus depot for the school district.
Yeah.
That's less than a mile away from the field and the VFW posts. And he said that when the mortar rounds went off, it wasn't just a loud boom. The windows were shaking, doors were shaking. It was just that the impact of that. And he said it was not dissimilar from a combat zone. And that's why he and so many of his comrades had PTSD symptoms triggered by that boom. Because when you launch mortars off of, like, you know Thermopolis enough, they've got T Hill on the edge of town. When you launch fireworks and mortars off from there, they're at a distance. It's far enough that you don't necessarily feel the impact of it, but you can still hear it. But these were being launched from town, so there really wasn't escaping the noise that they were making. And that is a point that I think anyone would deem worthy of consideration.
Yeah, and they were loud. You had the YouTube video embedded in the story. It was definitely loud. It's just communication. We just need a heads up. The mayor of Thermopolis said that they're going to fix it. The fireworks aren't going away. Hopefully, for Thermopolis' sake, we'll hear a lot of booming tonight when they host
they're hoping
Burns.
to launch a lot. And the mayor actually said it's like he thinks that this is going to ultimately be a net positive, the fact that this happened, because it's drawing attention to the fact that, yeah, Thermopolis doesn't communicate in a way that really works in the 21st century. Their ways are antiquated. They need to review their communications policies, and they're taking steps to do that. And so it took something like this to really be that wake-up call to say, yeah, we need to update and modernize what we're doing to ensure that people are getting the information that they need about what's going on.
And another reminder for the Thermopolis community, there is a segment of the population, not dogs, that don't care for the fireworks, at least when you're not ready for them. Like they do trigger our men and women who served overseas. When they hear stuff like this is combat to them. I get it. And they just need to know it's coming. One more story, Andrew. I love the black cat thing. I think I always had the notion that shelters would not adopt out black cats during the month of Halloween for fear they be used in some kind of weird ritualized thing. But the case is black cats are hard to adopt out anytime. In fact, the month of October might be a time to promote black cat adoption for shelters in Wyoming.
Yeah, there's an animal shelter in Spain that caused an international furor because it's prohibited the adoption of black cats from beginning of October through the beginning of November, not only because of, occult rituals, but they are worried that people might adopt them just as props for their Halloween displays. It's having a black cat in your haunted house.
And then not want it later. Yeah.
Exactly. They just want to give cats a loving home. But no, I spoke with multiple animal shelters in Wyoming, and they said that black cats are just harder to adopt overall. And there's not really a reason that you can pinpoint to it. They can't really say black cats are harder to adopt because blank, but they've just noticed over the years that lighter colored cats get adopted more frequently, and it's easier to find them homes than it is for black cats. So they do not have any kind of prohibition on black cat adoption at any time of the year. And they actually will lean into the Halloween angle to find some of these cats homes.
Yeah, interesting. Good stuff, Andrew. And I guess that'll do it for the weekend. Don't forget to mess around with your clock. Maybe one more time. We can quit doing that, I hope.
And we're probably going to be doing this for years to come.
Give us something to talk about anyway, twice a year. Thanks, Andrew.
Moving at the speed of bureaucracy.
Have a great weekend. Great Halloween. Hope it's
Happy Halloween, Jake.
All treat for you. We got to get to news on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The state's revenues and forecasts report was given to legislators on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says the report shows the state's investments not only outpaced but dominated projections by hundreds of millions of dollars, even beating the state's bread and butter moneymaker, energy.
The $1.86 billion in investment earnings is an extraordinary watermark, the analyst told me on Thursday. And even though it's like all this unexpected, unforecast revenue from investments that Wyoming now has, because of the way our laws dictate those streams, a lot of it is flowing into these secondary reserve accounts, at least one of which is supposed to grow to several times the size of the actual investment account to be a cushion for leaner years. So just because we have this $1.86 billion flush doesn't mean we get to spend $1.86 billion right now.
The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, or CREG, co-chair Don Richards told the committee that this was the first year ever that investments earnings on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund exceeded sales and use taxes deposited into the general fund. Fireworks were blasted off after every touchdown the Hot Springs High School football team scored in last week's regular season finale. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the problem with the touchdown celebrations was that no one told local military veterans who were at the game, and for some it triggered PTSD symptoms.
Nobody's saying that the Bobcats can't celebrate their touchdown and their victories, especially when they're making a playoff run. The concerns that were raised from local veterans is the fact that, one, they weren't able to anticipate locate these mortar rounds and fireworks because they weren't informed. And speaking to the commander of the VFW post down in Thermop, he said that when the mortar rounds went off, it wasn't just the noise, it was the fact that doors and windows were shaking, and it was not unlike being in a combat zone. And he's been deployed to Afghanistan and Syria, so he's had those experiences.
The celebratory fireworks were fired off after each touchdown the Bobcats scored. The Bobcats beat Pinedale 21-12 in the season-ending game. The plan is to do it again Friday night in the first round of the playoffs against Burns in Thermopolis. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Senator John Barrasso on Thursday said SNAP benefits cannot legally continue because of the government shutdown. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry in D.C. reports that New York Senator Chuck Schumer sternly disagreed. So is there an end in sight for the government shutdown?
We're further away now because SNAP is on the table. I think that Republicans ambushed the Democrats by threatening SNAP, but the Democrats still have not blinked on that. They've basically, in the case of the states, they've sued. And on the floor of the United States Senate, they have said, no, it is perfectly legal for Trump to continue food stamp payments during a shutdown.
Currently, this is considered the longest full government shutdown in U.S. history, but it hasn't reached the 35-day stoppage that happened in 2018 and 19. The U.S. Senate cleared the way Wednesday for wildlife agents to kill nearly 500,000 barred owls to save spotted owls in the Pacific Northwest. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that this particular species is also moving in another owl's territory right here in Wyoming.
Barred owls are moving in, actually a species from the eastern U.S. Most of Wyoming really isn't great habitat for either of these owl species because they tend to nest in really deep old growth forest. However, in the Grand Teton area, we have some habitat that meets that description. It's been occupied for a while by, I guess you could call a native species, a great gray owl. But in the past couple of years, they've seen barred owls showing up there. And so there is some concern that the barred owls might start competing.
For Cowboy State Daily.
I've always loved space and football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM a universe of opportunities in life.
This is my time.
Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started.
This is my time. There ain't no doubt in my mind.
Find your place in space.
This is my time.
Space for All.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday, Halloween. Happy Halloween to everybody. Bill, I see you're dressing as a newspaper guy.
A little bit. It's a it's wintertime, you know.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween, Jake.
I'm going to be, I think the Lander Golf Course is going to be the last golf course open, the latest in the state of Wyoming, and I'm going to be there Sunday. Closing day is Sunday, November 2nd. Still golfing in Lander, and I booked the tee time at 11.
Oh my gosh.
Can you believe it?
I tell you what, I'll try to get out there and check it out. What brings you to Lander?
The Jackson Bronx will be invading first week of playoffs football, high school. Lander Valley Tigers hosting the Jackson Bronx in round one. Should be a good game.
Boy, should be a really good game. Yeah, we've had a little renaissance in football in Lander, but anyway, it's of course, I'm always promoting things. I've got my coffee table books behind me today. Just I've just got a few of those left. We've sold 40,000 of these coffee table books, so it's but anyway, getting into the Christmas season, but enough flogging stuff. What's in the news today, Jake? What do you want to talk about?
Well, we're going to have on right after you former Governor Mike Sullivan. So that'll be cool, right?
Mike is an old friend, and I wish him well. And he was truly a great governor. You should ask him about how the bank. He takes over as governor, I think, in 1987.
Yeah.
And they check the bank accounts, and there's no money in the bank.
No.
the state is broke. And then my second favorite financial story about poor Mike was that the legislature couldn't balance a budget. We didn't have any money. And one of your rich gals in Jackson died, and the estate taxes and everything was enough to literally balance the Wyoming budget. So he will know the answer to those two stories. But but Mike was one of the great governors that came along at the right time, and he's just a wonderful man. And he and I have an invitation to have a drink of one pot. It's called One Pot Scotch. It's Robin Redbreast. Or not Scotch. It's Irish. It's Irish whiskey.
Yeah.
And they don't call it single malt. They call it single pot because they put a tax. The Brits put a tax on the Irish on malt, so they couldn't do. They couldn't do single malt Scotch, so whiskey. So they made what they called single pot whiskey, and one of the best is Robin Redbreast. So anyway, that's
wow.
That's what's going on with. So anyway, Mike and I have an invitation to have some Robin Redbreast at some point. So we'll see.
Well, nobody better. Mike Sullivan was the U.S. ambassador to Ireland from 1998 to 2001, tapped by Clinton. I think Mike Sullivan thought that he thought he was headed for a cabinet post of some kind. He did co-campaign for President Clinton in Wyoming with Kathy Carpin, who we're going to talk about. That's why Mike's going to be on. But I will ask him about taking over governorship and having no money. Poor guy. Who was the treasurer then, I wonder?
That's a good question.
87 through 95.
Joe Meyer had a number of those jobs.
Yeah.
But it was that was back in the day. We didn't have $32 billion in the bank back then. So that's what most of that money came in the boom of 2002 to 2012. Wyoming just had an unbelievable boom at that time. And, I ran for governor in 2002, and I'm an old investigative reporter, and I had discovered that we were headed to this huge coal boom. I discovered that by going down to the BLM offices. So I changed my campaign, and I said, leading Wyoming into the golden age. And Reed Eckhart, the editor of the Cheyenne paper, wrote a column calling my plan lunacy. That I was so crazy. Who in their right mind would be predicting a boom back in 2002? Because it was the economy in the state. We had a worse bust in Wyoming, worse than the Depression from 1982 to 2002, and that was just a terrible time. And it was. Wyoming really languished, but anyway, it was, and I was right, and we went into this tremendous boom for 10 years, and the most significant part of that was the election of Cheney and Bush. And I say it Cheney and Bush because Dick Cheney, as vice president, was pulling all the strings then, and he really was the key to Wyoming's renaissance in energy. So the state is forever in Dick Cheney's debt for that, because had Al Gore won we'd have probably had a similar presidency as we just went through with Joe Biden. Seriously, I mean, when it comes to climate change and the economy and all that sort of thing. Or
Yeah.
the environment, I mean.
Well, you saw the boom coming 2002, thanks to Cheney and Bush. Yep. And who could have predicted now we'd see stories like the money we socked away is making money. And a big congrats to Treasurer Kurt Meyer. He's made 6.2% on a $32 billion portfolio. That comes out to $1.86 billion. That's pretty good. Wyoming making money on its money.
You know, it's there's still people that believe that if we unshackle our investments and let them ride this stock market, we would have made a lot more. But I definitely say kudos to Kurt and his crew. Obviously, there's nothing quite like having that kind of money. And you know, I travel around the country a lot, and a lot of these states are in terrible shape. They don't balance their budgets. They don't have any money in the bank. And I say, well, we've got $32 billion in the bank in Wyoming, and I don't know if you divide that by 500,000 people. I don't know what that comes out to, but we all have we come out okay. So it's a good time financially to be in Wyoming, and I think the economy is steady here in Wyoming. So I think we're doing okay.
Yeah, I think it's good news. What do you think about this idea that under the Biden administration, the notion that we would hire government sharpshooters to shoot 500,000 barred owls, because they're not the kind of owls we want, to the tune of like $1 billion price tag over the next 30 years, shoot on sight with the barred owls. I keep thinking of Bar Oil, the Wyoming town, Bear Oil. So Biden had that notion. It got shelved, and now it's back to life under the Trump administration. Just voted in the Senate 72-25 to go ahead with the massacre of 500,000 barred owls in order to save the spotted owl.
You know, I'm not a huge fan of the spotted owl just because it decimated our timber industry back in the Clinton years.
Oh,
that was another ill-fated environmental fiasco, and but I don't know why on earth we would spend $1 billion to kill those owls when all you have to do is just tell the hunters, hey, you know, go hunting, go shoot the owls.
Yeah.
They'll do it. I mean, it's we have the hunters, and I think they would do it. And you could, I suppose, give them a bonus, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm that to me seems like a waste of money when I think you've got people willing to just go do it. You know, let me tell you, hunting an owl is not easy. I've got owls on my property, and they're very stealthy. You know, and
yeah,
I don't know much about the barred owl. It sounds like they want to say barn owl, but it's not. It's the barred owl. I really don't know much about them, but they obviously are proliferating, and it's a little like the white-tailed deer in Wyoming driving out our homely, ugly hometown favorites, the muleys. And I love the muleys. And on my house in Lander, we're on the edge of town, so we get Lander has quite a town herd of deer, and it used to be all muleys, and it was wonderful. And now we've got all these pretty whitetails in town, and I really, every time I see a whitetail, I kind of frown because they're pretty and they're beautiful, but doggone it, they're taking up space that should be occupied by our poor old homely, ugly hometown favorite muleys.
I hear you. I agree.
So that was I would say the same thing. We should up the season on whitetails, and let's clean those guys out and give some room for the muleys to come back. That winter, a couple winters ago, when man, I tell you, it decimated the antelope and the mule deer around Lander. I'll tell you that, and all over the state. And they're still the antelope have pretty well bounced back. Muleys are, I think, having a tougher time.
Dysfunctional Senate still can't pass a CR. Still looking now at a month-long shutdown, and if it leaks into next month, SNAP benefits going to dry up. This thing start. Have you? We've seen one this long, yes, in our lifetime, but boy, this is. I don't see any end in sight here.
I don't either, and it's uncharted territory. I mean, I don't know what it means politically. I think Trump and his folks believe that the politics is on their side, and I think this might be the Democrats' last gasp. They figure if they lose this one, it shows just how anemic their leadership is, and I think their leadership is very anemic, and I don't know the answer to that. I hate to see people go with increased health insurance premiums and the doggone SNAP and all that. I don't know what to say. As a conservative, you worry that are these programs being exploited? Are they out of balance? But sometimes in life and in government, you end up being overly generous because you have to be in order to make sure the people that really need it get what they need. You're going to have some leakage, and you just have to take that. If you go through life, really being a real hard on everything, I don't know. I'm fairly generous. I guess I'd say I have a generous spirit on some of that stuff. That if there's some people that get it that shouldn't, that doesn't bother me as much as people who do need it and don't get it. So if you look at it that way, I think we're okay. But this is really it's Trump drawing the line, and I think he's doing so many wonderful things nationally and internationally that I'm just very impressed. I cannot imagine a president who's been able to accomplish as much as he has at a very, very short time. In 10 months, something like that. It's just unbelievable to me.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the whole shutdown has highlighted some disturbing issues. I think both sides, especially Democrats, because they actually said so, are using this whole government shutdown and the inability to agree in the Senate as a win or a loss for their party. They're putting the party before the people. You heard the Democrats. I think Schumer even said that. He said the longer it goes, the better our chance of winning. And Barrasso said, our chance of winning? What about the people? Like, everybody wants to call it a win or a loss for their party, but that's not where the focus should be.
Well, you go back to when Obama was president, and the Democrats, I think, had a lot more power in Congress, but the Republicans held up that Supreme Court nominee, and they actually did hold it up successfully. And I don't think to these Democrats, they do have long memories, and they remember that, and they think, they did it to us, so we're going to try to do it to them. But I think that the thing that comes to mind, though, is what do the people think? And it's a real this is always one of those things that you don't know till it's over who won. You really can't predict. I don't know. I do think that when Elon Musk and his Doge crew uncovered all those unbelievable millions and billions of dollars that were going to crazy programs, I think they gained. That was a wonderful thing to discover and to say, my God, what the hell are we doing paying for circumcision in Mali? I mean, it was like unbelievable. We're going to teach dance classes in Kenya or something. I mean, unbelievable what they were doing. And it was all, you know what was really going on. It was middlemen there that were getting all the money. It was a way to take taxpayers' money and give it to their Democratic buddies. And that's a fact. That's not an argue. That is a fact. And so I think Trump has won the public relations battle on that score. But I don't know. Well, Jake, I was going to talk to you. I thought maybe we'd talk about old folks because that was my latest column.
Yeah.
I talked about our
centenarians.
Yeah, there's we had 6 people over 100 years old that just died recently in Wyoming. So I think this onset of fall weather is just they just gave up, and that was the end of them. But our oldest person, Edna Scott, died at 109, and I think there's a gal in Worland now who's 108, who's now our oldest living person. But if anybody out there knows somebody older than 108, let me know. I just email me at bill@cowboystatedaily.com. I'd like to know who the current oldest person is. But we had some interesting people. There was just good citizens. My dad served in World War II, and a couple of these had World War II connections. And one of the gals that died, her husband was at Omaha Beach, and I think that's this is the greatest generation. But yeah, it's I think Wyoming is I think Wyoming is kind of in a blue zone, and we were going to do a story on that at Cowboy State Daily and see where Wyoming's blue zones are. Because
what do you mean blue zone?
Well, that's a famous book called The Blue Zones. Talks about places on the planet where people are over 100 years old.
Oh.
And there's a place in Italy. There's a place in Japan. And there's even a place in California where all of a sudden you go there and all these people are over 100 years old, and they're not nursing home people. They're actually living in their own homes. They're still driving. And so we were going to do a story trying to figure out where the blue zones in Wyoming are. And when I did this story, there were people from Newcastle, Sheridan, Casper, Worland, they were all over Evanston. They were all over the state. So maybe Wyoming itself is a blue zone. And my theory is that you gotta kind of have to be tough to live in the West, is what I've always said. You have to enjoy seasons. And so maybe we attract, I'm not sure if we attract tough people or people who here end up being tough.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a little bit of both.
I think so.
I don't know. But Jake, you're going to live a long age. You take good care of yourself, and I'm in my 80th year, so I'm doing the best I can. But I think Wyoming is a good place to grow old. And I've had some people say the kind of winters we have, it just seems like you've lived longer.
Yeah, if you make it through one.
Yeah. Go ahead, my friend.
Whether it's Evelyn, 100 years old in Sheridan, Spike, 100 in Laramie, Roxy, 100 in Worland, Dorothy, 100 in Casper, Alberta, 101 in Newcastle, and William Gunther, 103 in Laramie. And as you said, Edna Scott, 109 in the Powell-Worland area. Some centenarians. We got to get Mike Sullivan in here, Bill.
Give him my best. He and Jane are just two of Wyoming's finest all-time citizens. Jake, we'll see you next week.
All right, you bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Former Governor Mike Sullivan joins the show, and we're going to reminisce a little bit on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
Ready! We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Halloween Friday, and it's former Governor Mike Sullivan in the room. Governor, how's everything going for you?
Doing fine, Jake. How about you?
Good.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah, I hope it's all treats, no tricks. This is the 29th Governor of Wyoming, served from 1987 to 1995. Later would become U.S. Ambassador to Ireland from 98 to 01. And we're going to talk about Kathy Carpin. First, I want to talk about you and a little bit about politics. You, Dave Friedenthal, after you, was the last Democrat governor of Wyoming, and maybe the last one we'll ever see. I mean, this state has a tradition of electing centric, moderate Democrats as governor. We've done it. There was a time when we embraced it. But I don't know if we'll ever see that again, the way politics are going. What do you think about politics today?
Well, politics is a fickle business, and I don't think anybody who says what's going to happen in 5 years, let alone 3 years, is making a very good comment, because you just never know what will happen, and I'm hopeful that we'll get back to a balanced political position in Wyoming at some time in the near future.
Well, you, during the 1986 campaign and the 1990 gubernatorial campaign, you were outspent by Pete Simpson, Mary Mead, and you won 2 terms, Democrat. Your Secretary of State, for both terms, was the Secretary of State, Kathy Carpin?
Yes, we served 8 years together.
Yeah.
She is Secretary of State and me as governor.
She is, I love your quote. I mean, you know, when you're trying to figure out what to say about her, and you have it in one sentence: a true daughter of Wyoming with her feet solidly planted in politics. That was Kathy Carpin. I love it.
Thank you.
What do you remember of I always love the first impression. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression. What was your first encounter with Kathy Carpin? What did you walk away thinking?
Well, I'm sorry to say it was so long ago I can't remember what I might have been thinking. But Kathy came to the University of Wyoming during the time that I was still there, and I don't know whether I suspect maybe I was a senior and undergraduate when she came to Laramie, and then I went on to law school, so I was there during most of her undergraduate time and knew her slightly. I didn't know her well, but she was clearly somebody who was going to make a difference.
Yeah.
She was never shy.
Mm. Yeah, I get that impression as well. I didn't know you went that far back. I thought this would be something in politics, like after already you were in office. But yeah, I get Wyoming's small. We all know each other. You all went to school together. I didn't know that.
Well, it is, and we did, and then she worked for Tino Roncalio, who was a special person in my life, probably the first real politician I ever met. And I think we crossed paths during those times and continued to cross paths for the rest of our careers, I suppose. And more intensely, of course, when we both ran together in '86.
Yeah. What else did the 5 top electeds look like during your 2 terms? Now, you as a Democrat as governor, Kathy Carpin second to the governor as Secretary of State, a Democrat. What did the rest of what did the treasurer and can you remember?
Superintendent of Education was Lynn Simons, a Democrat, and Jack Seedy was auditor, and treasurer slips my mind right now, but it was a Republican.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Stan Smith.
So we just had Bill Sniffen on, by the way. Bill says hi, and Bill said he said make sure you ask Governor Sullivan about when he took office and opened the books, found out the state was out of money. first day in the desk, and you're like, oh no, we got no money. Times were tough then.
It was tough. I was reminiscing with somebody yesterday that I was, I think, second or third year, I was voted in Washington as the most conservative governor in the country, and along with Bill Wells of Massachusetts. And I thought that was a pretty good thing to be in Wyoming, and I was pretty conservative. But then it occurred to me the reason I got the most conservative was we didn't have any money.
You had to be.
Money.
Yeah. You had to be. What are you what do you think of today's news, if you've seen it yet, that Wyoming is making money off its money like never before? Treasurer Kurt Myers made some wise investments, $32 billion being invested and making 6.2% off of that. Like, you ever thought of the day when Wyoming would have that much socked away?
Well, it keeps growing, and I hadn't seen the news today, but congratulations to Kurt. And Wyoming is very fortunate to have those funds and able to pay as much as we do from the interest and the earnings and taking care of government. We're very fortunate.
Hey, take us back to your second term, early 1990s, 1992. Bill Clinton's making a presidential run, and their polls indicate that he could come darn close to taking Wyoming. Unheard of, I don't know, a Democratic president. And you and Kathy co-chaired his campaign in the state. How did that fall together? And tell me how that went.
Well, I had told Bill Clinton I'd been working with him in the Governors Association and on the executive committee, and he was a Democrat, and I could see he was a real talent. And I had told him one time that I'd support him when he decided to run. I didn't know when he was going to run, but I was sure he was going to run. It was pretty clear. And he called me one day and sitting in the office, and he said, "You remember that conversation we had?" And I said, "I do." He said, "Well, I'm looking for some endorsements, and I'm just starting out. I'd like to get your endorsement if I can." And I said, "You've got it. I told you I would do it." And it turned out, but I said, "Isn't it a little early? President Bush's polls are 90% or something." And he said, "No, I think this is a possibility. It's not as it looks." And so he flew out in a little plane flew into Denver and flew here. And I had gathered up a few Democrats, and first person I talked to was Kathy, and I said, "I'm going to endorse Bill Clinton. He's coming out to get the endorsement. Would you be interested in sharing it with me?" And she said, "Absolutely." She didn't waste any time saying yes. He would be my candidate. So we showed up at the airport in Cheyenne with about 35 Democrats and had an endorsement gathering, and he got in the plane and took off. And it was about 9-10 months later when we flew back into Cheyenne on the campaign, I did, and Kathy was waiting at the airport, flew back in with Clinton, 5,000 people at the airport. And that was when I think people started saying he might win.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah. Kathy Carpin, she died last week, age of 83, grew up in Rock Springs. This guy, former Governor Mike Sullivan, grew up, you were born in Omaha, grew up in where? Douglas, right?
Douglas, yes.
Yeah. Are you still there?
No, we're in Casper. We moved to Casper when we graduated when Jane and I got out of the university. I moved to Casper to practice law.
Yeah.
Been here ever since, except those two political gaps when we went to Cheyenne and to Dublin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you and Kathy and other electeds I can think of are just people that have always put the state first, before politics, before personal. The state of Wyoming mattered more, and I hope the same is still true today, but it was certainly true when you were governor and Kathy Carpin was Secretary of State. There's two electeds right there that did what was best for Wyoming, first and foremost, I think. Would you say that?
Well, I hope we did. Certainly, that was our intention, and it was a wonderful time to be in politics. We had, as you pointed out, difficult financial times. But everybody, it was about as bipartisan as you could get. Everybody was working for the same thing, and we were able to sort through the differences, political differences that we had, and try to get matters that were beneficial to the state. And I think we did.
Yeah, I think you did too. Well, I appreciate it. Those were great times to be in Wyoming. Still great times to be in Wyoming. Maybe not great to be in politics, but yeah.
Yeah, still. But I was thrilled and privileged to work with Kathy. She was, as I said, she had her feet planted in politics. She was a political being, and she worked for the state and for the state's people at every turn.
Yeah, and I don't wonder if losing her mom early, she was only 12 when she lost her mom. She had to help raise kids. Everything went into making Kathy, but I think that really helped shape her.
Well, I assume it did as well. The fact that her ethnicity, she was tough because she learned to be tough.
Yeah.
And she was proud of her coal mining background and her parents and grandparents coming over from Croatia and Slovenia, and it made her what she was.
Remembering Kathy Carpenter today, remembering former Governor Mike Sullivan. Thanks for coming on and doing this with us on the Friday. Happy Halloween. I hope it's all treats, no tricks.
Thank you very much, Jake. Nice to visit with you.
You bet. You too. Cowboy State Daily Show moving along. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more after this.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Halloween Friday. Spooky. Today is Halloween. Today is October 31st. And let's look at some of the things that have happened today. In this day in history, October 31. Well, we got to go all the way back. Start things in 1782. Does that go back far enough for you? A court established at Trenton, New Jersey, that Pennsylvania owned the Wyoming Valley, but that the claims of Connecticut settlers to land titles should be honored. Ownership of Wyoming Valley, after which the state of Wyoming was named, had been disputed between the two colonies that would later become states. So, yeah, Wyoming, the state, named for Wyoming Valley in Pennsylvania. And at one time, a battle over who owned Wyoming Valley, Pennsylvania or Connecticut. Who knew? 1822, this day, Mexican Emperor Augustin de Iturbide dismissed the Mexican Congress to attempt to rule. I don't even know what that means. Moving on. 1831, John Hoyt, Wyoming's third territorial governor, was born in Ohio. This is prior to statehood. Happy birthday, John Hoyt, the third territorial governor of Wyoming. We just talked to the 29th governor of Wyoming, Mike Sullivan, so nice to have him on. 1888, this day, Stewart versus Wyoming Cattle Company was argued in front of the United States Supreme Court. The case involved an action brought by the British-owned Edinburgh, Scotland-headquartered Wyoming Cattle Ranch. The Wyoming Cattle Ranch Company bringing action against John Stewart, who was a citizen of Iowa, over alleged misrepresentation in the sale of horses and cattle. 1890, this day, a famed butcher in Merino who was known as having the best steaks, the best cuts of meat. I mean, this is where everybody went for their beef in Merino, which is, I don't even know where that is, if that's still a town. This butcher, by the way, on this day in history, was arrested for stealing cattle. Nobody ever asked the butcher, where do you get this great beef? he wasn't ready to tell. Merino, Wyoming. I have not heard of Merino, Wyoming. Yeah, I don't think it's a place today. If it is, Upton. Oh, Merino is Upton, essentially. Upton, Wyoming, originally known as Irontown or Iron City, later would become Merino, Wyoming, because in the late 1800s, 1890, there was a Burlington Railroad depot that shipped a whole mess of sheep in that area. So obviously merino wool, merino, yes. And then it finally renamed Upton. So Upton's gone through quite the iteration of naming. All right. Well, there you learn something every day, huh? 1890, a butcher in Upton, now Upton, Wyoming, arrested for stealing cattle. 1903, the Battle of Lightning Creek occurred. Weston County, Wyoming, Sheriff William Miller and a party of men under his leadership, they had already arrested a dozen Sioux in the area for hunting violations when a firefight erupted. Sioux Chief Charlie Smith against Miller and his deputy sheriffs and his posse. Eventually, the 9 Sioux men were alleged to have participated in this, along with 12 women. They were all arrested by Crook County Sheriff Deputy Lee Miller, but all released eventually later due to lack of evidence. This day, 1918, October becomes the deadliest month in the flu epidemic in the U.S. If I could share this photo, I have a chart that shows, boy, you think COVID was bad. I can't share this chart. Darn it. Yeah, the influenza pandemic, a real pandemic of 1918, 1919, showing the mortality rate in America and Europe. Deaths were at an all-time high right now, this week, this month, October of 1918. Just horrific. 1922, Anthony Rake of Kemmer is granted a patent for the lunch pail. Yeah, we owe the lunch pail to a guy from Kemmer. I didn't know that. Lunch pail now, which, you know, you're rocking your Star Wars lunch pail to school. That's all because of a patent received by Anthony Rake of Kemmer. That's pretty cool. 1938, a day after War of the Worlds broadcast had panicked radio listeners, Orson Welles had to get on the mic and express deep regret, but also bewilderment that anybody could think that show was real. Orson Welles, the day after his War of the Worlds was broadcast on radio, 1938, sending the country into panic, believing there really was a War of the Worlds going on, and Orson Welles said, "You've got to be kidding. And I'm sorry I did it. I could just see that apology. I bet somewhere it exists. I should get the audio for that. Orson Welles expressing, as only a writer-director could, both bewilderment that American people could be so duped so easily, and also having to say, and sorry for making it so realistic. 1942, birthday of Wyoming educator, politician Tom Walsh. He was born in Thermopolis. He died January 1st, 2010, but born on this day, 1942, Tom Walsh, Wyoming teacher and politician. 1942, residents of the town of Parco, don't look for that on the map, that also changed names. You'll now see it today as Sinclair. Residents of the town of Parco voted today to change the name of their town to Sinclair. Also in 1942, production of new typewriters ceased in the United States as manufacturers had switched over to war materials. Oh, so you couldn't buy a brand new typewriter after this day in 1942. Whatever was out there was out there. The War Department was too busy building bombs instead of typewriters. This day, 1945, Wyoming game fish agents Bill Lackinen, Don Simpson shot and killed responding to a report of poaching in the Rawlins area. They are 2 of 5 Wyoming game and fish employees to be killed in the line of duty ever. Their case particularly unique as there was a suspicion that their killer was perhaps a native German known to be sympathetic with the recently defeated Nazi Germany. This happened, after all, in 1945. This was eventually disproven, but the FBI was very interested in the suspected killers of the game and fish wardens, 2 of 5 ever killed in the line of duty in the state of Wyoming. 1996, on this day, state of Wyoming's lease on Fort Bridger concludes. The following day, the property passed in ownership from Fort Bridger to the Historical Association. 1999, Samuel Knight chosen as Wyoming's Citizen of the Century by the University of Wyoming's American Heritage Center. Knight was a longtime influential geology professor at the university. Samuel Knight, 1999, Citizen of the Century. And in 2007, Riverton, you felt a whole lot of shaking going on. It was a 4.0 earthquake. 4 magnitude earthquake, about 93 miles outside of Riverton, this day in 2007. All these things happen on this day, October 31st. Time to rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, another conversation with Megan McLeod Sprague from Marsing, Idaho. A reflection back on her 2025 season, a season that qualified her for her first National Finals rodeo, in line to win a world title with a good week in Vegas. Megan McLeod Sprague on the Roadshow, coming up next.
For over 50 years, Green Mountain Angus Ranch and Rooney Angus have been committed to providing superior seat stock for the commercial rancher. Monday, November 10th, 220 bulls, including lots of heifer bulls and over 200 bred commercial heifer sell at Pays in Billings, Montana. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also broadcast on Frontier Livestock. It's an incredible time to be in the cow business, and Green Mountain Angus Ranch and Rooney Angus genetics are the real deal. Volume discounts, free delivery, plus that GMAR guarantee. For more information, visit greenmountainangus.com. Farmers and ranchers know that fall is more than just a season. It's the payoff of a year's hard work and the start of the next. Through the long days and the changing seasons, your dedication keeps our community strong. At the Western Ag Network, we're proud to stand with you every step of the way, sharing your story, supporting your operation, and keeping agriculture connected across the West. Western Ag Network, where the heart of farming and ranching is always on our airwaves and social media channels.
You know, we just kind of plucked away all year, and then I actually kind of went through a little bit of a lull. I hit some barrels to do really good out in California. I hit a barrel to win Red Bluff, hit a barrel to win the first round at Clovis. and I got kind of in a little bit of a low spot, which you just do. That just happens out here, no matter how good you are or how good your horse is. And I was in a little bit of a low spot and didn't make it back for the first time at Reno in, I think, like 5 or 6 years. I was one out. I ended up 13th. And, and I was like, gosh, I just can't quite get the ball rolling. And showed up over the 4th of July and all of a sudden, I just kept plucking away. And then, boy, it really turned around over the 4th. And so that was great. And then kind of same thing, kind of went into a lull a little bit after that, making great runs, just not winning a lot of money. And then all of a sudden, we squeak our way into Sioux Falls and win $37,000 out of there and end the year on another high note. It's like from the first rodeo to the last rodeo of the year, it was a dream season.
The Idaho lady, the wife, the mother, and a barrel racer for quite a long time, going to her first NFR, ranked number 5 in the race for the world title. All the best to Megan McLeod Sprague, her first trip to the NFR. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, this was the meme I was trying to paraphrase earlier today. Not meant to be political at all, just shared here for the humor, although there's really nothing funny about it for those affected, but I thought it was good. Occupy Democrats, again, not meaning to be political. I think it's just funny. Marie Antoinette, famed for being the one, the quote, let them eat cake, saying that of her people. I'm not sure you can get more Marie Antoinette than taking away food stamps before Thanksgiving while you build a gold and marble dance hall so the other crooks can bribe you over a badly cooked Argentinian steak. Ouch. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay, we got to take a break. Top of the hour news next on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show. We still got an hour to go in the month and an hour to go on this Friday, on a Halloween Friday.
I've always loved baseball and football.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports one dog who's been adopted out to a forever home is thriving.
Zero's owner told me that he selected Zero because, unlike all the other dogs at the shelter, Zero can't seem to be bothered by anything. While the other dogs were clamoring in their cages for attention, Zero was just laying on the floor. And he said this chill, relaxed attitude has persisted even into this new environment for Zero.
The animals, including dogs, cats, birds, and bunnies, were surrendered to the Cheyenne Animal Shelter on October 22nd by their former owner, Michael O'Hearn, who is accused of hoarding the animals in abhorrent conditions in his Cheyenne home. Remember to turn your clocks back an hour this Saturday night into Sunday morning as daylight saving time ends. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that several states, including Wyoming, have passed trigger bills. This would make daylight saving time permanent, but it depends on neighboring states to do the same.
Wyoming's passed a trigger bill that will adopt permanent daylight saving time when 3 other neighboring states do the same, and so far only 2 have done so. But there's a growing coalition of people who are advocating for permanent standard time, which means at some point in the future we fall back and we never spring forward.
Arizona and Hawaii are the only states on permanent standard time, meaning they don't bother to fall back or spring forward. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. One of the two men who broke into a Casper home 2 years ago has to keep serving his 22 to 25-year prison term. So said the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland tells us about the crazy circumstances that led to Joel Wilson being put in jail.
Back in 2023, I wrote this story about this pregnant woman that had these home invaders, and she grabbed a pistol and she scared him off, and the husband's like fighting with one of them. Joel Wilson had his appeal denied on Tuesday. The evidence indicates that these two guys burglarized the wrong house, and they end up fighting with the deputy and being held at gunpoint by the deputy's pregnant wife.
Wilson appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court after his February 28th sentencing, arguing that his trial jury didn't have enough evidence to convict him of aggravated burglary and robbery. Well, the Wyoming Supreme Court concluded that the judge came to the correct verdict at his trial. After a cardiac arrest event last year, Glenn Chavez has a new "you only live once" philosophy. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that led the Cheyenne LA Dodgers superfan to make a sudden dream World Series trip this week to watch the Dodgers lose twice.
His fandom took on a new quality in 2024 after he suffered a cardiac arrest, and surviving that gave him a sense of a new lease on life. And he said, I'm going to start really pursuing the experiences that bring me value. And that includes going to see the Dodgers live. And he's willing to do things like drop everything at the hat and jump on a plane to go see the Dodgers play the Toronto Blue Jays in the World Series, as he did this week. Unfortunately, the Dodgers did not deliver on Chavez's behalf. They got their butts kicked, and it really made him upset. It was funny to hear him describe this. He says, what do you do when the Dodgers get their butts kicked? You go to Disneyland. I'm mad at them, and I am not going to their game tonight.
Chavez's fandom is so great, he even named his husky dog Dodger. The state's revenues and forecasts report was given to legislators on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says the report shows that the state's investments not only outpaced but dominated projections by hundreds of millions of dollars.
The $1.86 billion in investment earnings is an extraordinary watermark. Just because we have this $1.86 billion flush doesn't mean we get to spend $1.86 billion right now.
The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, or CREG, co-chair Don Richards told the committee that this was the first year ever that investments earnings on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund exceeded sales and use taxes deposited into the general fund. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, God, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Scariness. Nothing more scary than Mac Watson joining the conversation. Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily News guy. Are you a big Halloween guy?
You know, I was not until I had kids.
Oh, yeah.
And then once you have kids, I mean, they want to celebrate Arbor Day, for God's sake. I mean, they want to decorate for, you know, Secretary's Day or whatever. I mean, it is ridiculous. So once I had kids, and especially my son, who is fascinated by, well, I mean, you know, we were both, you know, we were both young boys at one time, skeletons and swords and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, for the past number of years, I've been down that rabbit hole of Halloween. And by the way, it is All Hallows Eve, so the correct pronunciation is Halloween. It's not Halloween. It's not Halloween. It's Halloween. Just clarifying.
Totally. I can't say nuclear. I say nuclear.
It took me a couple of years too. Nuclear.
I know it's so hard. I'm still trying to get used to that one. But right. Halloween. Happy Halloween.
And we had this meltdown about 3 years ago over homemade versus store-bought costumes. And I remember as a kid, I mean, we didn't go to the store. I mean, if anything, you would get a mask. And remember, the mask was hot and it was plastic and it had that slit, and you would slice your tongue on the slit in the mask. And so that ruined your evening. And then if it was rainy, you couldn't wear a rain jacket. So your costume got wet and then you were miserable. So you wound up going home after a half hour.
Yeah. And that stupid strap that held it on was good for like 3 push-ups. You would push up on your head to eat your candy, and then you pull up, and then it snapped, and then now you got to hold it. Yeah.
Right. And this is how dangerous it was back when we were kids, that somebody designed a Halloween costume with a mask that had tiny holes so you couldn't see anything at night in the dark. So you didn't wind up wearing it anyway because you couldn't see anything, and it became kind of a life and death hazard that you couldn't see an oncoming car.
Yeah.
And they can't see you because if you're Batman, you're dressed in black. It's amazing we got out of Halloween, without more death.
I know. I was going to say that. Like, how do we survive? Like, our parents didn't drive us around. Now your parents drive you right to the curb of that house, drive you to the next house. We just walked or biked the whole thing wearing dark clothing. And and then hopefully surviving the razor blade and the Snickers bar and the poison in the
which turned out to be urban myths.
Yeah.
Renee Jean, our great reporter Renee Jean, talked to me about a story she wrote a couple years ago about how there was never a razor blade in an apple found in Detroit. There was never pins and needles found in again, an apple. For some reason, it's always an apple that hides this stuff.
Yeah.
So we always had to deal with that. And so mom and dad, remember when hospitals would x-ray your candy for free?
Yeah, I remember supposedly they would. I don't actually see it, but...
Yeah, we never went either. We
Isn't
never
that
did
funny?
either.
I think a kid started the rumor that there was a needle in the apple because the apple is one of those things you're like, an apple?
But my daughter had an absolute meltdown because she... all her friends were getting store-bought costumes, and my wife, who's very crafty and very creative, was going to come up with this hybrid 2 princesses together, like 2 Disney princesses that she really liked, and put them together and came up with an outfit, came out with all this, stuff, and it looked great. And my daughter had a total meltdown because we didn't buy it from the store, and I'll never forget, she even screamed, "What are we, poor?"
Oof.
No, mom does a great job. It has nothing to do with being poor. You can make a great costume out of nothing. I made my Ace Frehley Kiss costume when I was 9 out of cardboard. I swear to God, cardboard, my sister's winter boots that I spray painted silver, and a buddy of mine who is now a buddy of mine's brother, who's a very famous artist now living in LA. He did all of our makeup. Oh my God, we looked like a tribute band. It was so good. It was so cool. But we made it ourselves. Even the guitar. I had the Sunburst, the Les Paul Sunburst guitar. I made it myself. Now, oh my God, don't ever broach the subject of creating your own costume. Oh, geez.
Mac, photos or it didn't happen. I need to see.
Yeah, I looked. I went back to my mom's house like a year or 2 ago, and I tried to find them, and she's like, well, maybe your sister has them. I don't keep that kind of stuff. Mom is not sentimental in the worst. She is a true New Englander. No sentimentality, no emotion, cold fish, whatever. So I tried finding it.
New Englanders are renowned for not having attics. There's no need for it.
That's true.
They don't keep anything. There's no storage
That's true.
units.
If it's not in the basement, it's gone.
Gone. You're right, though. Now, is this an indication that kids today have been totally brainwashed into crass commercialism? Like, if it doesn't come from the store, it's no good?
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I keep saying you remember, like, we're old men on a front porch. But, when we were kids, did we have quote unquote store-bought toys? Some. But we would go down to the stream or the creek, if you will, and we would invent our own stuff. We took a piece of styrofoam. Me and my buddies took a piece of styrofoam that was from some package, and we would put army men in it, and we would see how far it would float down before the army men would spill out. That wasn't store-bought, except for the army men.
Yeah.
But we would do stuff like that. My kids don't do that. If it doesn't come in a box, if it doesn't come from Amazon, if it didn't come from the UPS truck, talk to Piper about getting us a sponsor from Amazon and UPS, by the way.
Yeah.
We should, it doesn't exist. The kids think it doesn't exist unless they see it in a package or on a screen that they can purchase. That's ridiculous.
Lack of imagination.
There you go.
That's one thing. Yeah. And boy, poor mom. Comes up with a hybrid, like you're
right, and a really good looking one.
I can't choose between my two favorite things, so mom makes you both in one costume, and you're like, oh,
right.
But
so, as an adult, what was the best costume you ever had or created?
I don't know. I'm not a Halloween person.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll carry this segment. Okay. Anyway,
I am not Halloween.
I'm kidding. So I was in my 20s and I was working for a radio station in Baltimore, and they had this Halloween fest at a local club, right? So I had the two promotions persons. They were two girls. They were like college age. And they said, "You ought to go as a woman." Now, I am not, I'm a troll. That's why I got into radio. I'm not good enough to be on TV, But I said, okay, but make me pretty. They did such a good job that some drunk guy hit on me. Toward the end of the night, and I give them all the credit because they made me look so good dressed as a woman. So that was like the best adult costume. And then another one I saw was this girl came and she was wearing a slip. You know what a slip is?
Yeah.
Okay. And she had pinned just a notepad card that said Freud on it. It was a Freudian slip.
Oh, duh.
I thought that was great. That was like one of the best things I've ever seen.
Well, that should be a requirement of guys to go dress as a woman, so you would know the challenges of being a young lady out at night where they serve alcohol.
Oh yeah. Oh God. Yeah, he was a little handsy. He got a little handsy. That's all I'll say.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we dated for like 2.5 years, but it was. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah. I can see your kid's point of view though. Because now today anything homemade does reek of we're poor. I get it. I feel that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's true as adults, but I can see where the kid's coming from. Like it does have that connotation.
Right. But again, if you're creative and you're good, the sky's the limit, man. Really.
Yeah.
Like my son loves Minecraft, right? He loves Minecraft. So what we did was we made him one of the characters, but we didn't buy the costume because they don't make them. So again, my wife bought the costume, and because my son is defiant against his sister, that's another story.
Yeah.
He was all in. He loved it. Mom was going to make him a costume. He looks great.
I love the Minecraft. Can I get together with your kid because the biggest challenge I have with Minecraft is I build a nice fancy home somewhere and then I start flying and I can't find it again. I'm like, where did I put my nice home?
Right.
And I have to kill myself to spawn to come back in my house because I lose track of it. So maybe he could help me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He can help.
I love the Minecraft though. Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's cool.
See, I just don't understand it. So you build all this stuff for what? what is all this stuff you build for? And he doesn't answer me. He goes, well, look at this and look at this and look at this. I'm like, what is the goal?
For the
like, are you conquering planets? Are you conquering, are you going to battle? Like, we're used to the old, Cowboys versus Indians, or the Lords versus the Serfs, or, cops and robbers, good versus evil, right? He just builds stuff.
Yeah.
So what is it?
It's building a future architect in your house. I mean,
or maybe an engineer.
It's seeing something that's nothing and making a home. Like just saying that hillside and that pond and that creek, that could be a nice home, and you build it. Like, it's just for the satisfaction of building.
So is it like Sims?
Yeah, it's like
wasn't Sims like that?
It's like Sim City. Only you don't have the challenges of your citizens saying, we need more housing and voting you out of office, which SimCity, you're under pressure. There's no pressure. I even turn off the monsters on the like I do it so so the spiders don't come by while I'm trying to build my house. I'm like, oh, come on. I don't need to fight a spider while I'm
I will buy you dinner the next time we get together if you can tell me the last video game I ever played on my own.
Ooh. Goes way back.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's probably the Mario Brothers. No, not that far back.
Before Mario, after Pong,
but
before Mario.
The chomping, when the thing eats the
Pac-Man. Combat. Atari 2600 Combat. With the tank, with that square pixelated tank. That was the last video game I played.
Yeah. Asteroid, remember when you're the triangle and you're shooting at the... those are old, but some of those are still pretty good. Okay, I got to ask you the question of the day, Mac.
Sure.
This whole moving the clock around. Are you a fan of moving it? Nobody is. I mean, the polls show that we're sick of moving it, but we can't decide where we want it. Daylight savings time or real time or what?
So when I lived in Arizona, for like 14 years.
Oh.
It was a pain in the butt because nobody except Hawaii does not leap ahead or fall back.
Yeah.
So it is like if you want to watch football, and remember football's in the fall, right?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the season, all the games would start at 10 a.m. because they're on the same time as California.
Yeah.
Right. And then in midway, they don't start until 11 a.m. You would always have to do this weird math in your head if you're going to schedule something, that's not just centrally located to where you are right then and there. So like TV shows, or if you want to call back east, or if you want to call California or whatever, you'd always have to think, okay, what is it? Daylight or no? Are we on standard or no? What time is it? So I just say go to the standard time. If it's a little darker in the morning, fine. If it's a little evening later, fine. And what I found out from another great reporter, Andrew Rossi, is that whole idea that this was all for farmers is a myth.
Yeah.
It wasn't really for farmers, but that's the way they sold it. Hey, farmers need an extra hour of daylight in the fall so they can, go out and reap their crops kind of stuff. And that was no farmer stood up and said, Congressman, I want an extra hour of daylight. They never said that, but that's the way it was sold to America during World War I.
Turns out it's golfers who want the extra daylight they can go finish up the back nine. And meanwhile, nobody golfs more than they do in Arizona. And you guys don't. Arizona didn't even. I never thought about that, though. Arizona, while you didn't have to worry about resetting the clock on the microwave, you had to worry about the rest of the world. What is the rest of the world? What time are they on?
Right. So especially like I had a buddy of mine who traveled internationally, and it would always screw up his flight because he was always, London is 8 hours ahead. Or wait a minute, is it 7 hours ahead, 8 hours ahead?
Yeah.
It would always it screw with you. So I say go to one standard.
Yeah.
Don't worry about, the light or the dark. Just go to one and make it easy.
Yeah. I think we all agree, but you and I can agree. It's the politicians that have to agree, and that'll never happen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
But I will say this, though. In Arizona, one of the concerns in Arizona was they did not want the extra hour of sunlight because it gets so hot in the summer.
Yeah.
You need that time to cool down. But, noon is noon. When the sun is over top, noon is noon. So I say just go to one standard.
Yeah. And I want the standard to be whatever the sundial says, whatever the real time is. When the sun is at high noon, that's what I want it to
when
be.
It's noon.
Let's not pretend. I don't want to play 60 minutes of pretend. Let's fantasize it's no.
Right.
I agree. Okay.
And there's all kinds of studies too that it really messes with your health. Either not getting an extra hour sleep or getting an extra hour sleep really pushes off your circadian rhythm, really pushes off, your health cycle. I had no idea that after we change clocks in spring or fall, the heart attacks spike, the level of strokes spike, and then it kind of levels out for the rest of the year. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider too.
School-age kids are at risk going to school in October. It's dark in the morning. It's too dark in the morning. And there's a lot of things to consider, but I think just pick one and deal with the downside. Yeah, pick one and it'll have advantage. It'll have pros and cons, and you deal with it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like my daughter picking out jeans. Just go with one pair and go with it. Just pick one.
Wait, the same daughter that
that had a meltdown? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jeez.
I like this kid already.
Oh, man. Oh, she's great. Don't get me wrong. She's great.
She's got personality.
I talk about her on my Facebook page all the time and all the stuff we've gone through.
Yeah.
Mac Watson Talks, by the way, on Facebook.
Oh.
And it is amazing how she makes me see things so differently. You know how you just get in this zone of, I'm an old man, I know what I know, blah, blah, blah. She'll just come up with something every once in a while. You're like, wow, that's really insightful. Now go clean your room.
I'm still the boss. I love that. Yes. Especially young ladies, but kids can do that for you. They can give you a reset, man, the way they look at things
real quick.
And I love sassy young girls. They're fun. They're like a TV show.
Yeah. They're your own comic relief inside your life kind of thing. So my daughter was placed with us when she was 7 out of the foster care system in Arizona. My wife and I were foster parents for 4.5 years. And the first day she was placed with us, she wanted a scooter. So we had a scooter for her. So I said, hey, pose for the scooter so I can take a picture of you. So, and she's Hispanic. She was from a very poor section of Phoenix. And she had this, she had this pose, right? So I take it into work and I work with a bunch of Hispanic women, young and old. And I said, hey, this is our foster placement. And what do you think? And every Hispanic woman looked at me, looked at the picture, looked at me again and goes, yeah, she's sassy. You're in for a big, big wake-up call. And it's been like that ever since. They were not wrong. They were not wrong. And they could tell by the picture.
She'll keep you young, yet she'll age you accelerated. Exactly. She'll do both. Like, oh man.
Exactly.
So she speaks Spanish. Do you? And so do you, or what?
No. She did. She did because that's the language that was spoken in the home.
Yeah.
But over time, it has gone away because she was like, no, I'm not speaking Spanish, because she said she wasn't any good at it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, like anything, you practice, honey. You got to practice. And she goes, no, I'm not practicing with you. Implicating that I'm white, so I don't know Spanish. So,
This kid's a pip.
Oh, she is. The other day, they had a class project and they had to come up with a new football team in a new city. And her friend kept saying, well, we ought to do something for New York. And my daughter was like, they already have 2 teams. Come on. They don't need a new team. She's like, no, I really like New York. We could call them like the Twin Towers or something like that. The New York Twin Towers. And my daughter, without missing a beat, says, well, they're going to lose when they play the Jets. Oh my. I was proud of her and embarrassed at the same time. What a great line.
Yeah.
She's going to be a comedian.
Yeah.
But you don't say stuff like that, honey. Oh, my God.
That's so fun. Where can we follow this saga that is Mac and his sassy daughter?
Oh, my podcast is Mac Watson Talks, and so the same thing on Facebook. My wife and I have done a podcast about being foster and adoptive parents since 2019.
I love it. This is going to be my new spirit.
Oh,
sitcom.
And we tell you real stuff. We don't make stuff up. This is real stuff.
I like this because my stupid YouTube TV just announced that they're dropping ESPN. They can't come with a deal with ESPN and Discovery Channel and all this. I'm like, the heck with it. I'm going to go to Mac TV.
There you go.
Let's see what him and his daughter are cooking up. Well, happy Halloween and
there you go.
Trick or treating. I hope it's all treats, no tricks.
Same here.
Send my best to the fam up there in Cody.
I will. Talk to you soon.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on a finally Friday. It is Halloween, All Hallows Eve. Scary stuff. Especially if you're considering making a homemade costume for the sassy dog. Nah, that ain't going to work. You got to go to the store. We'll be right back after these words.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily showing up finally Friday, Halloween. We had a comment from our listeners yesterday that I didn't have time to get to when we were on the air, but I just wanted to share it because I appreciate you texting in. We do have a studio text line. You can text that. You can text that anytime. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Send a text to that number and tell me what you're doing, what you're thinking, what do you know? And happy Halloween to you. Our listeners chimed in yesterday during that story about Sheriff Kozak, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and the 2 arrests made on suspected illegal truck drivers. We're talking about guys. One didn't have a CDL at all. It was yanked after a DUI. Shouldn't have been driving truck at all. Shouldn't be in the United States at all. He's from Venezuela. The other one was suspected Mexican dump truck driver who also didn't have the proper credentials to be driving truck or to be in the United States. And Sheriff Kozak, thanks to the new ICE immigration policies towards pulling people over on the highway, truckers, they were able to get 2 truckers off the road that could have meant bad business, could have been real bad ending. And our listeners said, one of them, let's see, I'd like to thank Sheriff Kozak for doing a fantastic job getting illegals out of the country, making our roads safer. Great job. There you go, Sheriff Kozak. Also, I said there was the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Coalition. Is that the name of them? NRC. They awarded TerraPower with a green designation, saying that they had no adverse effects on the environment. That Bill Gates Natrium nuclear power plant in Kemmer. So that was good news, but one of our listeners chimed in, said there are adverse effects to TerraPower. We still don't have a way to dispose of nuclear waste. So good point. I forgot about that. You know, oil, gas, wind, solar, every way to derive energy, to generate energy has a downside. You're either killing birds with a wind turbine or you're disrupting migration with your oil and gas platforms. Or then I looked at this NRC report and I said, you know, TerraPower doing nuclear, there's no downside. They seem to be able to operate without hurting the environment. And I didn't think of, the big issue, the $64,000 question. What do you do with the spent fuel? You bury it where? Nobody wants it, not Nevada, not Wyoming. So, there is an adverse effect. I want to play this is in honor of Mac's sassy daughter. Here's another sassy daughter. This is one of my favorite viral videos on the interwebs. Remember Charlie Bit My Finger? This one is better than Charlie Bit My Finger, I think. I love this one. I love this kid. This kid's talking about the ice cream man, and she is livid at what he's charging for an ice cream, and she's talking to mom. Now, she's obviously not from around here. This is a family in Lancashire, somewhere in England, and she's got a heavy accent, which makes this even funnier, I think. But this is her going off. Yeah.
What's just happened?
So, there's an ice cream van there selling just 2 ice creams
box with 2 chewing gums in it.
Yeah.
For bloody £9 for 2 of them.
£9 for 2?
Yeah, £9.
Bloody £9.
Nowhere. The one that comes on my street is either £1 a pee or £2. Like, he's gonna get nowhere with that.
No, he ain't, is it?
No, he ain't.
That's well bad, isn't
You
it?
should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there in my cash. Bloody hell.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Bloody well bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, bet he can hear me.
Oh man, that kid is gonna go on to be somebody. That reminds me of Mac's daughter. I don't know if that is Mac's daughter in a nutshell, but Mac's daughter with an English accent. That is so funny. She's just going off on the ice cream man and the prices he's trying to get for his ice creams. And the other kid, I don't know if that's her sister or friend, she starts to pipe in and then just like eases back in the background because the one girl is on a roll, man. Even the mom has to laugh like, wow, what did I give birth to? Yeah, I want this kid negotiating on my behalf. If I ever have to go into any kind of financial negotiations, I want this kid working for me. Cowboy State Daily, the one final spooky story for Halloween comes from Jackie Dorothy. She seems to have no running out of ghost stories. There's no end to how many times she can go to the ghost story, and she finds the best of the best. I think she saved the best for last. A story about the ghost train in Cinnabar Depot. Cinnabar is a long abandoned town in Wyoming. It used to be kind of a town. I think there was like a few dozen people in it at the most. And it was end of the line train tracks as at the north entrance of Yellowstone National Park, Cinnabar. Cinnabar's long gone. That town was abandoned over 120 years ago. The train obviously doesn't go there anymore, although if you talk to some, the train makes a regular stop about this time of year in Cinnabar. A far-off whistle of a steam locomotive can be heard as it approaches the Cinnabar Depot, North Yellowstone. It arrives at Cinnabar just about the same time every year, said Shelley Larios. She said she wrote this in Yellowstone Ghost Stories. It's coal black in color. It stops, lets off a big burst of steam, but it has no engineer, carries no conductor, and not a single passenger disembarks because it is a ghost train in a ghost town. Still operating today in Wyoming. If you're up there in Cinnabar, that one time had the population of, I sold it short, 250. Sprung up nearly overnight back in 1883 as a temporary end-of-the-line station of the first railroad service to Yellowstone. And for 20 years, Cinnabar was the primary gateway to Yellowstone National Park, according to historian Robert Goss. But anymore, that depot was decommissioned, no longer necessary. The town disappeared over 120 years ago, except today, when you can still see the train come in and make one final stop. Ooh, every Halloween, where's my scary music? Ooh, that's not good scary music. Yeah, that is. The ghost train still stopping in Cinnabar, Wyoming. Good story, Jackie Dorothy. And I think today's Halloween, so that'll probably be the end of our haunted stories on Cowboy State Daily. One a day for just about the whole month of October. And we still haven't run out. Stories that are popular today in the Cowboy State Daily: the Casper burglar who broke into the wrong home. Deanna has a good observation about the headline. The headline is Casper burglar who broke into wrong house to stay in prison. And Deanna said simply, is there a correct house to break into? I had the same reaction when I saw this headline. Is there a right house to break into? Last I heard, said Deanna, there weren't supposed to be anybody breaking into any house. They're all wrong. Every time you read a headline talking about a burglar, they have to break into the wrong house. There is no right house to break into. In this case, it was the wrong house because the house belonged to law enforcement. Deputy sheriff lived there. That's probably a bad idea. Good way to get arrested. After all, you're breaking into a home that probably has a pair of handcuffs right there and firearms and one peeved pregnant woman. Yeah, this is how it went down. Joel Wilson, 42-year-old, appealed to the Wyoming Supreme Court after his February 28th sentencing. He was arguing that there was something wrong with he wanted a retrial. We'll tell you why in a minute, but here's how it went down. I thought this was interesting, and I think Claire said she thought it was interesting too, how it happened. The morning of November 18th, 2023, Casper Police Department responds to a home of one of their own, a Natrona County Sheriff's deputy and his pregnant wife. These two Utes they're not Utes. One of them's 42 years old. The other one is, Joel is 42. His partner in crime, Daniel Hemmer, co-defendant. I don't know. There's no age on Hemmer. So they're not Utes. They're just convicts at this point. Morning of November 18th, 2023, the Natrona County Sheriff's deputy had just finished an overnight shift at the jail, came home. He was sleeping in the couple's bedroom when the wife heard knocking at the door. Through the doorbell camera, they must have Ring. That's good. That's smart. Or one of those doorbell camera things. The wife saw the two men, Wilson and Hemmer, standing on the doorstep. And to her, they didn't look like they were there to spread the gospel or the good news of Latter-day Saints. They looked scary. They looked like they were there for a bad business. And she told her young daughter, go wake up, Dad. We got problems. Meanwhile, Wilson shoulders his way into the door. He and Hemmer forced their way into the home. Wilson supposedly saying to the pregnant woman when he shoved his way in, "What's up, mother effer?" Ooh, that's not a nice way to greet your fellow neighbor. Meanwhile, Dad gets up and he comes out and he gets into it with Wilson. Those two start fighting. In like a fight to the death. The deputy later described it as a fight for his life. He felt it was a fight for his life. He had his face and knee injured in the brawl. Meanwhile, the other guy, Hemmer, approached the couple's young daughter. And that's when Mom said, oh, this has gone far enough. And she grabs a handgun from the nightstand, points it at Hemmer and says, you've worn out your welcome here. And he runs away. Meanwhile, Wilson and the husband are still fighting. That fight spills out into the living room. They're still going at it. He finally runs away, and these two are apprehended later. They're ultimately charged and sentenced to prison. And Wilson wants a retrial because he said the jury didn't have enough evidence to convict him. What? I mean, dude, were you the dude in the house? I appreciate everybody's innocent till proven guilty. We all have a fair shake, but at some point, we can't suspend reality. We can't go into fantasy land. Was that not you in the home, Joel Wilson? Was that not you who said, "What's up, mother effer?" and pushed their way into the home? Doesn't matter what your intent was to steal. So he and his lawyer were trying to fall back on some text messages. He said the jury should have never seen the text messages between he and his co-defendant, his partner in crime, Daniel Hemmer. The text said stuff like how they were going to rob houses or something. And me and everybody else in the world that's not a criminal says, who cares what the text said? Who cares if they're admissible or not? Doesn't matter. The text could have said, happy birthday to Mac Watson's daughter. It doesn't matter what the text said and whether the jury saw him. You were in this dude's home and you don't live there. You pushed your way into the home. You don't live there. You're fighting with a sheriff's deputy. Is your intent to rob the place? Again, doesn't matter any more than the texts do. That's breaking and entering. That's aggravated breaking and entering because you're now in a fight with this guy. Aggravated burglary and robbery is the conviction. Wyoming Supreme Court listened politely to the case of Joel Wilson and his lawyer and said, nope, you're going to serve your 22 to 25-year prison term. Good. That story resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers on the Facebooks. Let's take one last break at a race for the finish line. We're headed for a weekend, and we're ready to put on a costume, trick-or-treating, get our sugar high on. Hopefully it's all treats, no tricks for you. Happy Halloween.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and it is All Hallowed Eve. Happy Halloween to you. Scary stuff, witches, goblins, and probably a whole lot of Wednesdays, I imagine. What do you think is going to be the costume this year? I haven't heard what the experts say is the it costume. Usually that's a story you see. What is 2025 it? I would think it's going to be Wednesday for probably another year. After Wednesday Addams, after the TV show that's so popular. I love Wednesday. I just finished watching, the wife and I, Wednesday 2. So good. Creepier. The Wednesday 2 was way creepier than the first Wednesday. Halloween costumes. What is the most popular Halloween costume 2025? I still don't see a definitive story. Best Halloween, top 9 Halloween costumes 2025. Okay, let's see. Oh, that funny doll that all the kids are attaching to their backpacks. The Labubu doll. Yeah, that's probably, if you can dress like it. Have you seen this? All the kids, all the middle schoolers are rocking this thing, the Labubu doll. I guess if you could come up with a costume, if they sell it, they probably do. That would be a big one. The Coldplay Kiss Cam costume. If you could create it, how do you do that? You would just have a t-shirt that has the Coldplay Kiss on it. Yep. Some characters from The White Lotus. I don't watch it. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. If you were to go together, boy and girl, you could dress up as Kelce and Taylor. Swifties will do that. Yeah, probably. Astronaut. Katy Perry as an astronaut. These seem like stretches. These are a lot of work. I can't imagine anybody going to be doing these. How about characters from Wicked? The Broadway show and then turned movie. Characters from Wicked. Maybe characters, if you're really hip and ahead of the curve, you would be a character from K-pop Demon Hunters, which is super popular right now. But that's probably going to be in the big cities. I don't think you'll see too many K-pop Demon Hunters in Wyoming. I would think there's going to be a lot of Wednesdays. That's my guess. Stories around the state and around the country. Taco John's. It's true. The rumor that Taco John's is offering free food for those SNAP folks. Free food for the hungry. It is true. Taco John says confirmed. Their CEO said yes. If you ask, SNAP benefits being cut starting tomorrow. Taco John's offering a free meal to anybody who asks for one for the next 3 days. The meal includes, it can't just be anything. You can't order like crazy. You just ask for the free meal at a Taco John's and they'll give it to you. It's one beef or bean burrito and a junior potato ole. Yes, it's true. General manager of the Mills Taco John's, Mills, Wyoming, confirmed to Oil City News that Taco John's stepping up into the gap. That's cool. For the next 3 days, just ask for the free meal, Taco John's. will deliver. And that's all because of SNAP benefits set to expire beginning tomorrow. Powell is worried about growth. Powell, Wyoming, Park County. I mean, I know Cody is getting bigger, but the Powell Tribune is reporting that they're seeing a rush of new proposed subdivisions in the rural Powell area. 3 subdivisions totaling 28 lots were considered at an October 7th meeting. 2 more developments were reviewed on October 21st. There are concerns in the Powell area, according to the Tribune, about the loss of agricultural land and increased density as Powell is set to grow. I would not have thought that of Powell, Wyoming. Let's go across the world, across the globe. Trail cameras. Mostly you think this would be a Wyoming story, right? Trail cameras out in the wilderness have captured a rare, first of its kind footage of one of the most iconic cats. Mountain lion, I guess you would call it, cat, wildcat. There are likely fewer than 250 surviving in the world anymore. And this cat is found only in the United Arab Emirates area. In fact, that's where the trail cams capture this. It's an Arabian caracal. It's cool. It's got like huge ears. And captured on a trail cam in the UAE, in the Wadi Wara. I have trouble with my Arabic pronunciation. In the Wadi Warawa National Park in the United Arab Emirates, a cat thought to be on the way to extinction is found in a trail cam. I just thought it was cool because we see all these trail cam stories in Wyoming about what's captured on a trail cam, like the predation of a dead elk and what kind of animals come and eat on it in Wyoming. And they got trail cams all the way across the globe in the United Arab Emirates. Pretty cool. Wall Street Journal reporting the government shutdowns costing the economy up to $7, maybe $14 billion. That's scary stuff. Yeah, this government shutdown, now a month into it, no end in sight. It's not good. That'll close us out for the Cowboy State Daily Finally Friday, Freaky Friday, Happy Halloween edition. Have a great weekend. Don't forget to move the clocks back Sunday morning at 2 a.m. And we'll see you Monday bright and early. Have a super weekend. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.